Living in the digital era, it's no secret that video games have us all hooked with their mesmerizing worlds and exciting escapades. But beware, my fellow gamers. Too much time spent glued to the screen can hurt our bodies and minds. Say goodbye to socializing and adulting, because once you fall down the gaming rabbit hole, real life fades away faster than a disappearing power-up. The story begins in a virtual world set in 1424, on the 4th day of the 3rd month, when the flames of the Great Stellian War ignited across the continent of Nasu. The inferno consumed the land, turning countless lives to dust as it swept through the continent. The Demon King and his army advanced with little opposition and a sense of enveloping the entire land. In the midst of the darkness, a warrior emerged. In this virtual RPG, the player's ultimate goal is to defeat the Demon King, become the continent's monarch, and ultimately develop the land. After work, our protagonist spent countless hours grinding away in Paradiso for years. From character development and territory management to dungeon raids and exploring hidden locations for rare items, he immersed himself fully in the game. Over a decade, he aged alongside his avatar, amassing vast knowledge and maintaining his status as the #1 power blogger on a Paradiso information site. Due to his unwavering dedication, as time passes, his body begins to wither, and eventually he passes away. He opens his eyes to find himself as a plump nobleman, immediately sits upright, and questions if he will die at 30. A beautiful young maid beside him anxiously inquires if her lord has had a troubling dream. He quickly scans the room, and it resembles a royal chamber. He apologizes to her and asks who she is. He looks at himself in the mirror and gets worried. He sits back in a chair to take a break, saying his stats look terrible. He has sacrificed 20 years of his life to become overweight. Although Shin Taepong died from exhaustion, he now finds himself resurrected as a fat noble named Jared. With the Nasu calendar and the game's user interface in view, he's certain he has been reborn in Paradiso. However, it's real life now, not just a game. He wonders if he will die again. The Great Stellian War will start in 10 years, in 1424. In 5 years, the world will face famines, droughts, and natural disasters. Countries will fight over food because of the Great Nasu War. Nations will struggle and fight among themselves. Jared clutches his neck, reflecting on how, despite his noble status, he feels insignificant and fears he might be the first to die. He becomes furious because, in his opinion, he should have been brought back as a handsome hero who lives a good life. Instead, he knows nothing about the fat nobleman in the Paradiso encyclopedia. Suddenly, the chair leg breaks because it can't hold his weight, and he falls off. According to his memories, Jared should have grown up as a handsome man. He stands up and says that it is not over. He can use the game's bugs and something as sweet as honey because he remembers how things worked before. All he needs to do is lose some weight. He can carve out his future and can take advantage of situations. He can quickly come across anyone by using his knowledge. He aims to lead and unify the world by implementing the best action. Meanwhile, his maid Hayes is cleaning the royal library so he can use it comfortably. She says it has been long since he last went in there. She gets happy to see her lord stepping into the library. Jared starts searching for something in the library and makes a mess. She asks him what he is looking for. He tells her he is looking for the keepsake his father left before he died. He wonders why he didn't think about it when he put it away. She opens the drawer and shows him the keepsake. The smell of old memories fills the air. He thanks her for finding it and is relieved he didn't lose it. She feels happy to help her lord and asks if there's anything else she can do for him. He requests her to step out for a moment and closes the door. She senses something different about Jared and feels happy, thinking he is full of energy. She runs off excitedly, thinking she should return to work and stay cheerful like him. In the library, he wonders that the keepsake is a special artifact that boosts magical abilities. It was left behind by his father, Viscount Barrett. He plans to break it. The keepsake is his only advantage as a 4th-class magician, and his last chance to summon her because of his weak mana capacity. For now, it is the only thing he has to attain success. He begins the ritual and proclaims that his father has to forgive him. He hopes that it can also be the way for him to develop correctly. The room transforms into a terrifying place as something sinister emerges. He realizes it's her, the one being that can only be summoned once in a lifetime. A monstrous figure with a wide grin and glowing red eyes emerges, demanding to know who summoned her. Jared instantly recognizes the evil spirit Isabella. She mocks him, calling him a foolish human, and asks what he wants. Despite her taunts, he feels a surge of excitement, believing Isabella will help him grow stronger. He reminds himself to stay calm and composed, knowing Isabella favors the lazy and has no patience for the fearful. He has to summon her because it is his only chance. He wishes for the Mind Eye. She laughs at his demand and calls him greedy. Isabella asks him if he wishes to see people's identities. He proclaims yes. The Mind Eye is a skill that only has access to one user in the history of Paradiso's entirety. It helps users view a person's stats and disposition. It entirely depends on the player's level and how much information he can procure from the skill. Jared will use this skill to establish territory and future stars on his land. She leans in close, eyes locked on his, and asks him to reveal what he treasures most, as everything comes at a price. Hearing his response, she gives him a contract, saying that the Mind Eye now belongs to Jared, but whatever he holds dear will now belong to her. Whether it is money or it is honor, she will take it and enslave him. Even if it's his family, she will eat them all. He is shocked to realize that she can read his mind. So that is the evil curse he has heard about. He smirks, and Isabella pouts, confused about what's happening to her lips. He racked his mind about what was the most precious thing to him. It was tough to think about that. But creating your terms on the contract is quite simple. The most precious thing to him is the first kiss of 34-year-old Shin Tae-pong. She tries to refuse but can't escape. She wonders what kind of crazy person would consider their first kiss as their great treasure. It will be a bit painful that his first kiss is going to be with an evil spirit. With closed eyes, he petitions the guardian of the land, humbly recognizing that all honor and praise belongs to him. Thus, the eternal contract between Jared and Isabella begins. Two maids are chatting in the hallway, wondering if it's just her who thinks their lord has been acting strangely. The man who had isolated himself in his room over the past few months suddenly bursts out of it. It's odd for someone who seemed fed up with life to suddenly change after breaking his dull routine. The only time he had ever seemed happy was when he was eating. Now, he has even gone into the basement, a place they usually avoid. Hayes asks for a moment and quickly rushes between them, holding a stack of papers. The maid offers to help, but Hayes replies that she can handle it herself. The maids note that Hayes is very dedicated, but she gets yelled at by the Lord and ends up crying. They feel sorry for her. Hayes enters the library, revealing that she has brought the vassal states and surrounding territories paper. Jared asks her to stand still so he can use his Mind Eye skill. He wonders how she has special multiple abilities and S-rank devotion. He should make her a healer because ignoring her as a maid will be a waste. He feels sorry because he will be too busy to think about dating her. It takes a decade of one-sided love to achieve an rank in unrequited love. He asked her to hand over the papers. While he is looking at the papers, she apologizes. He asked if something is wrong. She explains that whenever he asks her to do something, she never gets it right on the first try. He observes that she is trembling with fear. Using the Mind Eye, he views her memory and sees the old Jared throwing all the papers at her and walking away. But since it wasn't him who did this, he apologizes to Hayes by hugging her. He apologizes for every little thing that went wrong for her. She has never complained about his bad treatment. He promises to change and says she will not see his pathetic side again. He asks her if it has not been tiring and if she'll give him a chance to become a good lord. She begins to cry and embraces him tightly. Overwhelmed, she clings to him and will remain by his side. He expresses his gratitude, thanking her for forgiveness. He must shoulder the burden of every sin committed by the old Jared. In the dining room, Hayes gets worried about Jared that he will become faint by eating only vegetables and herbs. He says that someone as overweight as him needs this much effort to lose weight. He realizes that it tastes terrible and nobody would eat it willingly. But these vegetables have a strong dieting effect in Paradiso and a unique impact on one's sense of fullness. Though they taste horrible, he ponders whether someone has rubbed rancid cheese under their arms and then placed it on the plate. The fat gradually starts to diminish, but he is on the verge of vomiting as he continues. Hayes presents Jared with a steak she prepared herself as a precaution. She reveals that she learned this healthier dish from the chef a while back because she was concerned about his health. She hopes that he will give her a chance, even though he previously threw it away. With tears in his eyes, he questioned how Jared could possibly raise a hand against someone so angelic. The steak tastes exceptional, completely removing the unpleasant flavor of rotten cheese from his mouth, as one would expect from an A-ranked chef. He starts remembering what he has learned today. The documents indicate that the northwest parts of the entire kingdom are captured by Caribbean territory. It is an extremely impoverished region, plagued by bandits and unable to support agriculture due to the harsh cold weather. With a rank of F, quests and events are present in abundance there, so it can be balanced out easily. He needs to focus on improving himself because he is too weak to take advantage of quests and events. Suddenly, a furious Isabella appears, demanding the return of her mind-eye back. In fear, he spits out the food and asks her why she is here. She responds by questioning how he dares to deceive her. She warns that she will continue to pester him until she reclaims her mind-eye, and to continue pursuing him till the day he dies. He now understands that the situation will be far from simple. 10 years ago, someone is forcefully knocking on the door, demanding the Lord to open it and recognizing that the death of his father is regrettable. The visitor emphasizes the importance of focusing on the future and letting go of the past, offering to support the Lord in confronting the situation. Meanwhile, young Jared, sitting beside the bed with his head bowed, reflects on his father's memory. In the present, a young man in the hallway, visibly unstable and drinking alcohol, questions why their Lord has summoned them unexpectedly, joking that it might be for the 10th anniversary celebration. He approaches Hayes and another maid, greeting her with a good morning that makes her uncomfortable. She politely greets Sir Gragas with a good morning. He questions her about her courtesy and wonders why someone as refined as she would remain in the company of the unappealing Jared. Gragas hopes that someday she might be his. A man angrily confronts Gragas from behind, demanding to know what he's thinking. He tells him to stop flirting with the women and reminds him that he's repeatedly warned him to quit his immature behavior. Hayes gets happy to see Sir Rake's Lord's vassal. Gragas questions whether he is truly trying to instruct the chief city guard on how to conduct himself. Gragas refers to him as a whipped mutt who does not know his place. Sir Rakes becomes enraged and demands to know if Gragas dares to repeat it. Gragas taunts him, asking if he has gone deaf. An old man, Sir Oberyn, arrives and instructs them to stop their fight, as their lord will be there any moment. Gragas is harsh, expressing his disgust at seeing the old man and the toothless dog still walking the halls. Rakes remains incredulous that Gragas holds the position of chief guard. Oberyn acknowledges Rakes' frustration but explains that finding a suitable replacement for Gragas is not an easy task. In the meeting room, the ministers murmur among themselves, expressing their skepticism about Jared calling a meeting on his own. They are puzzled, wondering if he has somehow lost his double chin and is actually reading the documents. They question whether the rumors of their lord's transformation are true. Gragas sets the beer bottle on the table and tells his lord has no interest in reading the tedious documents. He suggests skipping the meeting and going straight to drinks. Gragas mentions that he has brought some exceptional refreshments and hopes his lord will enjoy them. He also reveals that he has arranged for both drinks and attractive company of pretty girls. Rakes becomes furious and wonders that Gragas seduces the Lord in every single meeting so he can cover up his deeds. For the sake of Caribbean, he dares to stop him no matter what will be the consequences, but all of a sudden Jared asks Gragas how dare he show himself drunk in the meeting if he is out of mind. It is surprising to Gragas, but he laughs and asks Jared if they had not shared bottles recently. Jared does the magic missile and shatters the bottle. He will overlook the inappropriate behavior this time only. It makes Gragas furious and asks Jared if he knows the result of using magic against him. Jared questions Gragas, asking if he is content with the wealth he has accumulated through his abuse of authority over the merchants, extorting every last bit of their money. He highlights the suffering of those living in their territory due to Gragas's unrelenting greed. Jared emphasizes that such actions erode trust in his leadership, noting the illegal tax collection and human trafficking. He has learned that Gragas has even taken his subjects and trained them as his own. Jared conjures a fireball and informs him that destroying the bottle was the compensation for his misbehaving, but the severity of his misconduct demands burning his head into ashes. Gragas tries to escape, but Jared spells the fireball on him and reveals that the law must be held in place. Moreover, his body also has a desire to kill Gragas. He announces that Gragas will be removed from his position as chief guard and asserts his commitment to rooting out all corruption from the land. Suddenly, 2 ministers bow down and seek forgiveness, confessing that they have committed serious offenses. Rakis remains perplexed by this turn of events, as Gragas, known for his strength, was defeated with a single blow. He reflects that this must be the true power of magic, deeply rooted in the Euclid's family of 4th-class wizards. Rakis also believes that Jared exhibits the same level of authority and dignity as his father, Viscount Barrett. Jared announces that Rakis will be appointed as the public chief guard of Caribia. Rakis bows down and gets on his knees, pledging that he will never defy his lord's commands. He asks if there is anyone who disagrees with his command. They all respond with a resounding no. Jared believes that he has regained some of his lost dignity, though he remains cautious and does not yet trust anyone. He notices Oberyn standing to the side and decides to proceed cautiously, taking things one step at a time. After all, he has the Mind-Eye to assist him. After a month in the city, a retailer begs Gragas to return his money, as he cannot continue running his business without it. Gragas brandishes a knife and tells him to remain silent, insisting that he is making too much of a fuss. He adds that this situation would not have arisen if the retailer had paid his taxes on time. 2 men are chatting, noting that Sir Gragas has not appeared for some time to collect the tax money. One speculates that he might be on a trip to a warmer location. The other advises not to spend the money, even in Gragas' absence, and to ensure it remains secure. The doorbell rings, and he asks the other to check who it is. When the door opens, Jared greets him. Confused about the identity of the overweight man, he's met with a punch from Rakis immediately afterward. Rakis asks him how he dares to address their lord with such insolence, suggesting that he might have a death wish. Jared tells him that it is acceptable to have misunderstandings, but it is unacceptable to illegally collect money from merchants. He instructs Rakis to ensure that not a single one of the wrongdoers escapes. All of them will face trial under the new chief guard. Jared uses a magic missile on a bandit who attempts to flee from the scene. The citizens express their joy and praise their lord, hailing the new chief guard, Rakis. They feel relieved to be free from the bandits. Rakis announces that, in recognizing the lord's commitment to putting his people first, they should remember that capturing the criminals is just the beginning. He urges them never to forget their lord's dedication and to remain grateful for his continued support throughout their lives. In the meeting room, Rakis reports that the public is beginning to trust the throne once again. He notices that some citizens are even writing to express their support, marking a complete success. Jared is pleased that their efforts are finally paying off. He inquires whether Rakis finds his new position and subordinates satisfactory. Rakis affirms this, thanking Jared for placing him in such a prestigious role. Jared tells Rakis that if he is satisfied, then Jared will be satisfied as well. He expresses his confidence in Rakis to ensure the well-being of the public going forward. Rakis replies with a respectful, "Yes, sir." A month after the capture of the harbor criminals, public sentiment towards the head has greatly improved. Additionally, Rakis has appointed capable soldiers, handpicked by the Mind-Eye, all of whom serve under Jared's command. This success is largely attributed to the guidance of the Mind-Eye. Isabella appears behind Jared, demanding the return of the skill. He wonders if she is truly insisting on this matter. Sir Oberyn reports that the new crops, grown using recently developed farming techniques, are progressing well. However, the threat of vermin persists due to the prolonged winter season, which lasts half of the year. Avila adds that while efforts are being made to encourage citizens to buy locally manufactured products, more time is needed to achieve the desired numbers. Jared wonders that he has to work harder because the Mind-Eye cannot assist him in these types of circumstances. He taps his belly, prompting Rakis to comment that he has noticed this gesture before and finds it quite amiable. Jared explains that it's a technique he learned from another territory to shed some extra pounds. Rakis compliments Jared, saying he looks more like a king now that he is losing weight. Jared privately acknowledges that this is not entirely true. In reality, the gesture is not a dieting method but a trick to increase his mana reserves. After channeling mana through both of his hands, he reabsorbs it back into his body to enhance his reserves. In Paradiso, this method is not officially recognized as a bug. After a month of using this technique, it has the same effect as increasing his mana level by 12. As a 4th-class magician, he realizes he can only perform this technique about 1 to 2 more times. A guard abruptly enters the room to report that the search initiated by Jared has uncovered a bandit camp and discovered slaves working in the coal mines. A year goes by. We see two men practicing with their swords. From a distance, a girl observes them. Noting their skill, two individuals approach her and inquire why she is always watching. They warn her that lingering in the area could get her into trouble. She refers to them as her brother and sister. Her elder sister cautions her that idling around could lead to trouble. Lena, the girl, assures them that it's fine because she is quicker than the other kids. Her sister then asks if Lena is 14, suggesting that she will soon begin working as a maid in the Lord's mansion. Lena views the job as enjoyable because she will be looked after by the director, who cares for orphans like her. Her sister expresses disappointment, saying she had hoped Lena would consider joining their mercenary group instead. Lena asks if they believe a girl like her could become a great swordsman, even if it takes time. She reveals that she would rather pursue becoming a swordsman than work as a maid. Her brother laughs and tells her that mercenary groups are rarely joined by women. He draws his sword and explains that it's far too dangerous to enter this world with such an idealistic mindset. Many people quit right away, and others are confronted with the harsh reality of death. He tells her that gender doesn't matter. What truly counts is spirit, will, talent, and effort. He removes his gloves to reveal his calloused hands and informs her that she possesses more talent than anyone else, which is why he believes she will succeed. Her sister pats Lena on the head and reassures her that if things don't work out, she will use her influence to ensure Lena is hired immediately. She comforts Lena, saying they will always be there for her. Lena smiles and replies, "Okay." Despite this, Lena eventually ends up becoming a slave. She reflects her memory with the director in the orphanage where he asked her to give all to the orphanage because she is a God-given angel. One of the bandits reveals that it's the director who sold her to them. She becomes furious, saying that he is lying, and the director promises her to make a noble maid. They joke about her, saying that she is their slave. One of the bandits begins to strike her with a flogger, saying that the status of an orphan and a slave are different, so she must speak with respect. Lena does not believe in any of his words and proclaims that he is at fault. The director would never do that. It has been a month since she was sold into slavery. Aside from the occasional punishment, most of her time is spent behind bars. A fellow girl asks Lena if she is from America. If that is the case, then she is bound to become a slave from the beginning. Lena asks her what she means. She reveals that orphans in America are sold as slaves. That is what the order says of the lord of that territory. She is certainly sure that the head of Lena's orphanage was among those involved and advises Lena to give up hope. Lena responds that it does not matter what will be the circumstances, but she will find a way to get out of this and will never admit defeat. The girl taunts Lena that she's amusing. Lena asks her if she does not want to get rid of this. Mani responds to Lena that she never thought about it, but offers her friendship till they die in this hell. Lena believes that's a terrible way to talk, but she is only trying to be honest regarding the situation. Another month goes by, and Mani and Lena quickly become friends. Slaves of their age are hard to find, and many of the other slaves seem like lifeless puppets. These slaves are sold quickly, no matter what their physical condition is. Luckily, Mani and Lena are still safe as they wait for their chance to be sold at the peak age of 15. Lena proclaims that she will not give up. Half a year has passed, and she has gotten used to the hard labor. During this time, Mani has taught her about the world outside their situation. Mani believes that the condition is getting worse because of the severity of the weather and their unprofessional young leader. Whenever Lena inquires about Mani's extensive knowledge, Mani always replies that she overhears things from the guards because of her keen hearing. While Mani is making the soup, tells Lena that her elder siblings will not show up because there's not a lot of jobs for Merc in Caribbean, and they are geared only towards monster hunters. Lena thanks her for reminding, but she will never admit defeat. Mina tells Lena that she is the most willful slave she has ever met, and this thing admires her. 1 year has passed, and they are finally 15 years old. Due to severe cold weather, Mina caught a fever and is burning up. She will get in a lot of trouble if she doesn't get help. The bandit sitting in front of their cage reveals that they are stuck in the underground because of that idiot Glagas who trusts that fat noble. Lena gets on her knees and begs for a soup bowl for Mina, and entrusts him that she will never disobey them any longer. He notices Lena and hands a bowl of soup to Mina. Lena advises her to drink it quickly before it gets cold. He then wraps his arms around Lena, indicating they have something to take care of while Mina finishes her meal. Lena reassures Mina that she'll be alright. He presses Lena's face, implying that, as a servant, she should know her place. Suddenly, Mina throws the hot soup at the bandit's face and urges Lena to run. She becomes furious with Lena for risking everything over a bowl of soup. Mina reminds her that she's not a slave and doesn't care about anyone else, but she can't let Lena be treated that way. The bandit, recovering from the scalding soup, demands to know if they are sworn to leave. He questioned where they thought they were going. He slashes Mina with the knife. Lena, enraged, punches him and rushes to Mina's side, tears streaming down her face as she asks why Mina took the knife for her. Gasping in pain, Mina reveals that her life has always been harsh. Raised among bandits, she's been surrounded by robbery and murder her entire life. That's all she's ever known. Despite being an orphan, Lena had a dream. Although she didn't like her at first, she has come to envy her. Mina confesses that she wanted to protect Lena because she admires her resilience and urges her to never give up. Lena promises Mina that no matter what happens, she will find a way to escape this hell. Lena, with teary eyes, vows that she will kill every single bandit there. Gargus throws Lena to the floor, his rage boiling over as he demands to know who the hell she thinks she is going to kill. He demands Lena to look at his face and see what her friend has done to it. He threatens that he might just kill her for being so annoying. A voice interrupts, asking if he really calls it a burn. He glances to the side, and a burst of flame turns him to ashes. Jared arrives just in time to save the girl's life. Jared and Rakus arrive at the Alumni mines, where Jared reveals that this is the hideout. Rakus curiously asks his lord how he knew about their whereabouts. Jared explains that with their leader Graga's gone, an abandoned mine like this is the perfect place for them to lay low until things calm down. Rakus, donning his guard helmet, praises Jared for his keen insight, complimenting him on his strategic acumen. With a nod of approval, Jared turns his attention to his army. He rallies them with a motivating speech, urging them to bring an end to the presence of these slavers in the mines and restore peace. He encourages his troops to uphold the true meaning of justice. He commands them to rescue the enslaved within the mine and ensure that no slaver remains alive. They advance into the depths of the mine, fighting for the glory of Caribia. The bandits come under fierce attack and quickly realize they need to gather their forces and urgently contact Boss Ched. Meanwhile, Rakus and the other soldiers diligently carry out their duty, ensuring no drool escapes from the mine. After securing its front portion, Jared and his forces discover additional passages. He commands a thorough sweep of the entire mine, emphasizing that no bandit should be left unaccounted for. During the operation, Jared arrives just in time to save a girl from a slaver who is about to kill her, and he swiftly eliminates the threat by dispatching the slaver to severe burn. Jared, having seen slave encampments in the game, finds it revolting to face the grim reality firsthand. He approaches the girl with concern and asks if she is all right. Lena, her voice heavy with grief, replies that she is, but her friend did not survive while trying to protect her. Jared gazes at Mina's lifeless body, attempting to heal her with magic, but it is too late. He embraces Lena, expressing deep regret that they could not save her friend sooner. As he holds her, he reflects on the hardships she has endured, noting her slim frame and gnarled fingers, being struck by the immense suffering she has faced. Soon, a drunken Ched stumbles onto the scene, enraged and demanding to know what's going on. He's curious about who's responsible for the chaos, but quickly realizes it's the fat Caribbean leader. He warns Jared to stay out of his affairs. Jared, unimpressed, asks Ched if he's forgotten how to speak to his lord despite his life as a miner. Jared then warns Ched that he'll catch him alone and immediately threatens to kill him. Ched laughs, dismissing the threat, saying Jared's magic won't be enough to take him down. Ched attacks Jared with a lightning spell. In response, Jared uses a haste technique, a basic spell that speeds up his body. Because it's hard to control one's movements under the spell, many magicians avoid using it. Ched becomes confused and wonders what kind of self-respecting magician would use such a spell. Jared is running in a fast circle around Ched. He mutters to himself that it will be difficult for Jared to change direction while moving so quickly. He decides to destroy everything around him, but suddenly magic spells from different directions hit him. Jared calls him an idiot for thinking about such a spell because, in drunk conditions, a high-level spell leaves him open. Jared could not be more upset by how terrible the boss is. The game notifies that loyalty is raised to 100 points, and Caribia will enter a golden era now. With Ched's death, the situation was rapidly brought under control. All those involved in the kidnappings and murders were quickly executed. The former slaves were safely reunited with their families under the careful supervision of a public escort. Lena asks Jared if she is allowed to stay in Caribbean territory. He finds it a great idea because if she is sent back to the orphanage, she will get sold again by the director. He reveals to her that he is seeking a young, hard-working individual to assist him in the future. He expresses his gratitude if she agrees to join him, and promises to make her a great swordsman. Lena is delighted, thanks him, and vows to meet his expectations. He is surprised to find that he is meeting Lena Gissel herself. Over the next 10 years, during the Great Stallion War, Lena is destined to become a formidable vanguard for the Demon King. Even when hundreds of opponents unleash their full strength against her, she will simply smile and refuse to move, establishing herself as the ultimate tank. Known as the Wailing Wall, Lena's fortresses will be renowned for being impregnable, earning her a reputation as an accomplished guardian. Jared takes her hand and uses healing magic to mend her wounds. He feels a deep sense of satisfaction at having met Lena, and resolves not to let the Demon King harm her. Jared promises to make her a rising star in his territory, and to prepare her for the coming war. He is concerned about Mallorca, whose lord permits illegal slave trading, and likely supports other unlawful activities as well. He fears that Mallorca's actions will negatively impact his territory. He wonders where Hargos, the lord of Mallorca, is spending all that money. Meanwhile, in Mallorca, Hargos complains that the compliments directed at the Lord of Caribia are as irritating as a buzzing mosquito. He asks Frua's opinion on the matter, being Gragas's friend. Frua replies that he will handle the situation and seeks to avenge his close friend. At night, a figure sneaks into the territory of Caribia, jumping from roof to roof before tossing a sack onto the city street. The next morning, Jared and Lena are running under the guidance of a trainer, who announces that they are on their final lap. Out of breath, Jared asks Lena if running in the morning makes her happy. Lena, filled with joy, replies that the mines were too narrow and smelly for running. Jared acknowledges their hard work for the day and decides to schedule the exercise more frequently. He also mentions that he will find a new trainer. In the dining room, while Jared is eating the vegetables and herbs, Hayes comes to deliver him a letter from Sir Oberyn and a villa that arrived in the morning. Lena, sitting next to Jared, asks about what information he received. Jared tells Lena that he will summarize the letter for their easy understanding. He reveals that Sir Oberyn has managed to cultivate a crop called Latriella successfully because much of their food is imported from other territories, so it will help them to minimize the expenses in a meager amount, while Avila managed to bring the monster hunters 1.5 times more than the normal amount and is selling the mana crystals received from them. Jared informs Lena that they have made twice the normal profit as compared to the previous month's numbers. Lena tells Jared that she's heard that Kariba is on the verge of collapse, but being here, she finds the place amazing. He responds that the situation is now getting better, and soon the whole continent will be under Karibia's territory. Rakis appears there and informs Jared that there is something urgent that he should notice. On the city street, Jared asks Rakis if it was found this morning. Rakis responds with a yes, and informs Jared that it's also found in different areas of the territory. Jared wonders who will throw the monster's corpse inside their territory. Rakis feels gloomy and thinks that he should have been more diligent in his work. Jared, sitting near the corpse and observing it, asked Rakis not to feel sad about it as nobody is harmed in this incident. Things like this are bound to happen because Caribia has no surrounding walls for protection. He'd assure that the culprit must be an outsider because public loyalty is not questionable, but the question is, what do they earn from this? Suddenly, they hear a child's desperate cries for her mother, pleading for help and offering to sell herself for money. Jared and Rakis rush to the scene where a young girl clings to a man, screaming. The man, looking down at her, says he doesn't have the medicine she needs and urges her to give up. Jared grabs their attention by asking the child's name and inquiring about the type of medicine she needs. Tears streaming down her face, the girl introduces herself as Maya and reveals that her mother has contracted Ronella's disease. She explains to Jared that all the pharmacists have refused to sell her the crucial herbs needed for a cure. The man, trembling, drops to his knees and insists he's done nothing wrong, adding that Ronella's disease is impossible to cure. Jared reflects that Ronella's disease can be cured with a pontifex blessing and a powerful potion from the Ethema Empire. He notes that the disease is similar to tuberculosis and takes its name from the Ronella territory where it was first discovered, a region known for its underground dungeons filled with monsters. Jared calmly asks her to take him to her mother and tells her that he knows how to cure Ronella's disease. Mia takes Jared home and mentions that her mother is staying on the second floor. Jared wonders if the stairs can bear his weight because the place seems to be worn out. Mia rushes to her mother, Mary, and reassures her that she has brought someone who can help. Mary, barely able to open her eyes, apologizes to the doctor for being unable to pay him. A notification warns that Mary has only 7 months left. Jared, uncertain if this is a death sentence, he tells her to relax and clarifies that he does not require payment. Mia reveals to Mary that Jared is not a doctor but their lord, who has come to assist them. Mary recognizes Jared and acknowledges that it's been a long time since they last met. Jared asks if they know each other, and Mary confirms, explaining that she was hired as his personal chef 8 years ago. He apologizes if he caused any offense during his younger years. He sits beside Mary, but she asks him to keep his distance, worried he might catch the illness. Jared reassures her that it's not a concern and asks Mia to fetch a damp towel. As Jared opens the side window, he spots a monster's corpse in the backyard, just as he had suspected. He inquires if Mary has been dealing with monsters for a while. Mary explains that she used to work as a chef for a high-ranked expedition team that sold monster appendages. Jared reflects that the disease doesn't spread through human contact but can be transmitted through exposure to monster corpses. It is hard to notice because it shows no symptoms until it's advanced. He tells Mary that while she has managed the disease until now, her contact with the corpse has worsened her condition. Mary asks who could be behind such actions and whether she will die. Hayes and Lena reach there with the medicinal herbs that he requested. He asks Mary to trust him and assures her that he won't leave her side until she recovers. Mary, with gratitude in her eyes, thanks the Lord and inquires about how she can repay him. Jared smiles and tells her to focus on getting better first, and they can discuss repayment later. The culprit is sitting on the roof just above the window listening to all the conversation and calls them an idiot for trying to treat an incurable disease. Rake is standing behind the culprit, furiously asserts that their lord has been correct so far and that, just as predicted, the culprit has returned to the crime scene. Rakis glares at him, accusing him of being a scoundrel and demanding to know if he is the one spreading the Ronella virus through the corpses. The culprit responds with a question, asking Rakis why he is so interested. As Jared and Hayes prepare the medicine, Hayes is surprised that the herbs are so common, wondering how they could possibly cure such a serious disease. Jared recalls a cure he found on a blog by an unknown herbalist, shared after a debate among other herbalists over the right to treat the disease. This recipe, meant to be discovered 10 years later, now allows Jared to treat the illness. Mary asks Jared why a noble like him would put so much effort into helping a commoner. Jared replies that understanding another's suffering requires experiencing pain oneself. When Mary asks if he ever had the Ronella virus, Jared admits he's always been healthy and surrounded by love. He holds Mary's hand, mentioning her mother's love. Jared recalls his past life, where his family was so poor that his mother couldn't afford a thorough medical checkup when she fell ill. By the time they finally made it to the hospital, it was too late. His mother had lost the use of her hands and was in the final stages of terminal cancer. Jared's feelings were more of anger than sorrow. He was furious with himself for not being able to resolve such a dire situation. Even after more than 15 years, he still holds himself responsible for that day. He's here now because he understands how Mia feels. Jared doesn't want her to experience the same anguish she did, the pain of losing her mother. Meanwhile, a battle is raging between Rakis and the assassin. As the assassin strikes, Rakis narrowly avoids death. The assassin halts Rakis' attacks, noting that he is using an excessive amount of force. If he targets Rakis' vital points, he could end the fight quickly. The assassin kicks at Rakis' head, but he dodges the attack effortlessly. The assassin is stunned to find that his strikes are having no effect. Rakis, enraged, demands to know how the assassin dares to challenge Charybia with such skill. Rakis swings his sword, aiming to kill the assassin, but he leaps high to evade. The assassin is surprised by Rakis' strength, realizing they never informed that the public guard chief was so formidable. He wonders the source of such power. Rakis' strength, evident in his one-on-one battle with the assassin, comes from his unique traits. When facing evil adversaries, his strong sense of order and justice boosts his physical abilities beyond normal limits. Since the person on the roof is already identified as a villain, he will never be able to overcome Rakis. Rakis warns the assassin to come with him, as it's clear he cannot defeat him. The assassin responds by saying that Rakis has surprised him. He had thought he could kill Rakis once he found him, but now he's decided to give up. The assassin starts to leave, saying he'll retreat for now, but Rakis, furious, demands to know who gave him permission to leave. The assassin laughs and tells Rakis not to worry, as they will meet again. He reveals his face to Rakis and tells him to finish this next time they cross paths. Rakis is shocked to see him and wonders where this idiot came from. The assassin vanishes into a thickening fog. 2 weeks later, Mia is in a room with a magician. He asks her to watch closely as he demonstrates the merging technique. He explains that by using this method, he can gather the mana into a concentrated form through a condensing process. Mia asks the magician why he doesn't just focus on studying one method if both techniques work in the same way. He explains that many people think that way initially. However, an evil magician can disrupt the surrounding mana, making it impossible for a mage who relies on the merging method to use their magic effectively, leaving them vulnerable and ineffective. Mia becomes frightened after hearing that magicians might be unable to use their spells. She thinks it's a terrible situation. The magician explains that studying both methods is essential, even though it's challenging. She responds that she understands but is curious about the strange costume he's wearing. When he removes the costume and fake mustache, it turns out to be Jared. He asks Mia if the disguise seems odd and clarifies that he was trying to look like a magic teacher. He comments on her honesty as they hear the sound of food being prepared. Mia rushes to eat, but Jared tries to stop her, reminding her that the class isn't over yet. Mary enters the room, asking if she's interrupting Jared. He laughs and assures her it's fine, expressing curiosity about what Chef Mary has prepared. She smiles and hopes that the dishes will meet Jared's expectations. He advises Mary to rest more instead of working constantly. Mary replies that she feels better because Jared takes care of her. Fitting Jared dietary meal plans, she mentions that today's main course is bean steak. As they leave the room, Isabella appears and notices that Jared is different. As Jared sits in the room, he muses aloud about how people often seek shortcuts in life. He reflects on how some might use them to boost their mana by a few levels temporarily, but those who rely on such tricks are ultimately weaker. The game then notifies him that he has successfully created a new training method and prompts him to name it. Jared considers that true successors are those who forge their own paths. His new mana training technique, which combines elements of both bugged and traditional mage methods, increases spell levels by 6 points. Jared realizes that this method is his unique contribution to the world and feels it deserves a symbolic name. He thinks about how, as a bug player, he's the only one truly taking advantage of the world's potential. Just then, Isabella appears, her tone playful as she remarks that she has observed many magicians over the years, but none with Jared's distinctive style. He asks if she can spot any flaws in his method. She replies that she can, although most people wouldn't notice them. She points out that despite the cheating, Jared is still drawing in mana at an unusually high rate. She moves closer and menacingly inquires if he is from this area. Jared nervously asks what she means. He feels relieved when Isabella explains that she is curious if he is from another continent, as she has heard that people from the eastern continent are also skilled at absorbing mana. Jared laughs and says that if she's mentioned it, he's heard a similar story from his ancestors that closely resembles that myth. Jared reflects to himself that the eastern continent was a massive expansion project for Paradiso that was in development for over 5 years. He had been looking forward to it, but it's a shame he died before it was released. Isabella asks Jared what he's thinking about and adds that there are so many intriguing things around him, which makes her even more curious. Isabella tells him that they should take it easy when talking to each other, reminding him that he's the only one who can see her. Isabella opens his eyes, and Jared reminds her that the mind's eye is his. In a flirtatious tone, she suggests forgetting about the mind's eye and consider it as a wedding gift for her future husband. She mentions that, although she found him unpleasant to look at initially, he has now lost some weight and is much easier on the eyes. Jared, looking alarmed, asks Isabella if that's why she's been staring at him so intently while he was asleep. Isabella moves closer and suggests that if he's this type of man, it shouldn't be an issue for a virgin like her to consider him as a partner. She then reminds him about his first kiss. Panicked, he rushes out of the room, claiming he needs to head to the run on the territory. In the cart, reading the letter from Sir Rakis, Hayes reveals how much Lena has achieved at such a young age. Her potential is so impressive that Rakis is astonished that Jared found her with just one eye. Rakis believes he'll have nothing to teach her in a month or two. Hayes, delighted, asks if this is the report Sir Rakis sent. Jared smiles and notes that the title of the strongest person in Caribbean will soon be outdated in a month, highlighting Lena's exceptional talent. He tells Hayes to inform Rakis that he will find a suitable teacher for Lena soon and muses about having a few strong candidates for the position. Suddenly, an arrow shatters the cart window, prompting Jared to protect Hayes with a magic shield. The guards quickly become alert, ready to defend their lord at all costs. As a rain of arrows begins, Jared creates a shield to protect himself and Hayes. He thinks that it is the work of bandits, but they think arrows alone are enough. Hayes steps in front of Jared, insisting she should protect him and that it is her utmost responsibility. Jared questions her recklessness, warning her that stepping out would only result in her being struck by arrows and potentially dying. He orders Hayes to stay inside the carriage, furiously telling her that if she comes out, he will kill her himself. He steps out of the carriage, his fury evident, and demands to know who are the idiots shooting arrows at them. The guard urgently warns him that it is too dangerous to be outside. Isabella then appears, offering her help, but Jared refuses, insisting that he could handle it himself. Jared advanced toward the bandits, creating a magic shield for protection. One of the bandits reports to their leader that it's a magician. Their leader, Tog, a notorious magician murderer, responds that he is sure a magician was riding with them. That's why the masked man requested help from their service. Jared wonders if this masked man is the same one Rakis described before. Tog advances toward Jared with disdain, declaring that magicians are worthless. He notices a newbie among them and vows to demonstrate how things are done. Tog unleashes a rotational slashing technique, but Jared dodges effortlessly. Confident, he proclaims that such tricks are futile and strikes at Jared with his wand. Jared blocks the blow with his shield, acknowledging that Tog's title isn't just for show. Tog then launches a flurry of strikes, all of which Jared evades. As he observes Jared's casting speed, Tog begins to suspect that Jared is a fourth-class magician or higher. Concerned that he might counterattack, Tog resolves to deplete Jared's mana instead. During Tog's relentless assault, Jared seizes his wand, recognizing it as an artifact used exclusively by magicians. A pang of disappointment strikes Jared, realizing he lacks such an artifact of his own, but he decides to take Tog's for himself. Trembling with fear, Tog wonders if Jared has always been this formidable. Jared reveals that he has neutralized all the body-strengthening magic Tog relied on. With growing curiosity about the masked man, Jared inquires if Tog will share any information. Shaken, he pleads for his life in exchange for the details. Jared laughs, eager to hear what Tog has to say, but suddenly attacks with a double-edged axe, declaring that he doesn't trust criminals. A boy named Aki, currently in Tog's possession, mutters to himself that the old saying, "A penniless merchant can't buy his own luck," has always rung true, and he's living proof of it. He scolds himself for hiring cheap, ineffective bodyguards, lamenting his foolishness in trusting them against someone like Tog. Aki overhears about a medicinal merchant. Noting his wealth, Tog predicts that he must have numerous bodyguards, all of whom are just waiting to be slaughtered by his axe. At this moment, a masked man appears and hands Tog an initial payment, promising the remaining 66% upon completing the job. Tog reminds him to ensure the full payment is ready. The masked man reflects on Caribbean's success in curing most of its citizens and muses that it shouldn't be too difficult to identify the ingredients used in the cure. He reasons that naturally they would head to Runala to profit from the cure. The masked man leads Tog to the road where Jared is expected to pass. Tog questions if Jared will really take this route, but the masked man assures him that the scout's information is undeniably accurate. Aki, watching from a distance, mutters to himself that murderers have already killed 11 people in a week and wonders if this is just another day for Tog. He despairs, thinking there might be no one strong enough to stop him. In the encounter between Jared and Tog, Jared decisively kills Tog. As Tog's army becomes nervous and disorganized, Jared swiftly apprehends them. Observing from a distance, Aki thinks that the shining knight in armor has finally arrived. Jared saves Aki, who embraces him gratefully, thanking him for saving his life. Jared, a bit taken aback, appreciates Aki's thanks but asks him to maintain a little more distance. Aki apologizes, explaining that his emotions have taken over. Jared then inquires if it's true that Aki was ambushed on his way to Caribia after hearing about the recent success in the magic stone market. Aki simply responds, "Yes." Jared apologizes for the lack of safety around their border, noting that few people actually come and go. Aki smiles and reassures him not to worry, admitting that he thought he was going to die before Jared arrived. Jared recognizes him as a top NPC, understanding that Aki's innate ability to analyze and predict future market trends has allowed him to pioneer changes and control the expansion of the surrounding market. Jared wonders if Aki is supposed to be in their territory and is curious about what someone at the top of the market would be doing in the northern region. Acknowledging Aki's distress over losing his wealth, Jared offers him a role as his selling manager in the Runella territory, promising 15% of all profits. Aki considers Jared's offer and, realizing that Jared is among the top NPCs, decides to make a fair deal to gain his goodwill and secure his recruitment. Aki asks Jared to grant him 2 wishes instead of the 15% profit. He assures Jared that if he trusts him, he will find the perfect location to set up shop. Jared agrees but warns Aki that he may have to deny his wishes depending on the situation. Aki mutters to himself that if his instincts are correct, Jared will likely agree to his requests. Aki then reveals his first wish, that Jared calls him by his name, Aki, from now on. He says he will share his second wish later. After some time, they arrive in the Runella territory. Hayes remarks that she has always thought the Runella territory was a drag. Aki responds that many people share that opinion, but no one in their right mind would turn down the lucrative rewards available in the local dungeons. He adds that there is significant potential for growth in Runella, especially once the disease is cured. Jared thanks Aki for finding a prime location to sell their goods. Aki, feeling a bit shy, replies that he is simply trying to repay his lord with honesty. He mentions that the place still has room for improvement. Noticing Jared standing near a drum containing a potion, Aki asks if it is the cure for the Runella disease. Jared responds, "Not yet." Jared begins the process of filling bottles with the potion. The game promptly notifies him that the production of rare medicine, derived from medicinal herbs, has been completed. Due to the potency of this rare medicine, Jared's skill has advanced to level 2. Additionally, he reaches his daily limit for skill development, meaning no further proficiency gains can be achieved for the next 24 hours. Jared acknowledges that this outcome is in line with his expectations. His skill advancement for the day is limited. He recalls that at the beginning of his gameplay, it had taken several months to increase his proficiency before he became aware of a game bug that impacted skill progression. Jared hands the medicine over to Aki for sale and instructs him to ensure customers are informed about it. A customer named Talon, who has Runella disease, approaches and begins negotiating with Aki, questioning if the medicine truly costs only 1 gold. Aki responds calmly, explaining that the special price is a gesture of goodwill. Talon then asks if it's a scam, to which Aki replies, "Do I really look like a liar?" Talon hands Aki the gold, stating that if he's truly on the brink of death, then 1 gold is meaningless. Aki presents a contract for Talon to sign to finalize the purchase. Curious, Talon wonders if signing the contract is necessary and if it will grant him ownership of the medicine. He signs the contract and drinks the potion. Jared informs Talon that the medicine should start taking effect in about 30 minutes and advises him to rest. He mentions that he bought the medicine based on his trust in Aki and warns that if it's a scam, he will be very disappointed. Jared smiles and assures him that if the medicine doesn't work, he will provide a refund of 1,000 gold and bet his entire hand on its effectiveness. With that, Talon leaves, Aki informs Jared that he will lay some bait before they officially begin selling their goods. Meanwhile, Jared continues filling more bottles. The game notifies him that, due to the potency of the rare medicine, his skills have advanced to level 3. It also reminds him that he has reached his daily limits for skill advancement. Jared is pleased to see that the ownership transfer bug has worked. In Paradiso, the production of medicine is linked to the user's proficiency. For potent medicines like this, a 24-hour penalty is typically applied to prevent further experience gains. However, when ownership of the medicine changes, all data associated with it, except for the earned proficiency, is transferred to the new owner. Essentially, the 24-hour penalty affects the customer rather than the original producer. 2 hours later, Jared begins to wonder about Aki's delay. Suddenly, a large crowd surges toward their stall, with Aki among them. Hayes gets scared and questions if Aki and Talon are part of the group. The crowd is furious, demanding the medicine and starting to fight among themselves. The crowd's excitement intensifies as they speculate that if Charybia has developed such a medicine, it must be a divine blessing. They also note that even the Fat Lord has finally come to his senses. Aki announces that he will be selling the medicine at this location for the day and instructs those who wish to purchase it later to head to Charybia. He explains that monster hunters rarely venture into Charybia's nightmare forest due to the abundance of monsters, making it a prime hunting ground. Additionally, Charybia is the most affordable producer of the medicine. Aki reveals that each bottle will be sold for only 39 gold, highlighting that medicine from the Itima Empire costs 100 gold, making this option less than half the price. He urges the crowd to get in line to make their purchases. On a snowy night, Hayes sleeps peacefully in bed while Jared sits on the balcony, rocking in his chair and flipping a coin. Resting his feet on the table, he reflects on their day's earnings minus 12,250 gold, which is roughly 122 billion Korean won. As he suspected, monster hunters are quite wealthy. Suddenly, Aki snatches the coin from him and asks if Jared is satisfied with today's haul. Jared, surprised to see Aki still awake, tells him he should be sleeping. He chuckles and mentions that he came to use his last wish. Jared recalls Aki's wish and permits him to state it. Taking a deep breath, he expresses his desire to become Jared's vassal and run a trading company in Jared's name. He straightens up and asks for clarification, emphasizing that it's under his name. Aki confirms this, then kneels with respect, acknowledging that he is young and inexperienced in trade. However, he promises that if given the opportunity, he will establish the best trading company in the entire northern region. Jared, intrigued by Aki's confidence despite having recently been completely robbed of his belongings, responds thoughtfully. He admits he had already been considering Aki as a vassal due to his performance, but warns that it's not an easy position to attain. Jared explains that being the deputy of trade is akin to being the heart of Charybia's commerce, a role that cannot be taken lightly. Aki acknowledges this, though he looks somewhat disappointed. After a moment, Jared recalls his promise to fulfill Aki's wishes and reassures him. Aki's worries vanish, replaced by a sense of relief. Jared praises Aki for recognizing the potential of Charybia's growth, for his boldness and determination in seeking such a prominent position, and most importantly for his good fortune, as the position is still available. These qualities, Jared notes, are highly favorable. Aki expresses his gratitude, to which Jared casually responds, "No worries." He informs Aki that they will be heading back tomorrow and advises him to get some rest. Gazing at the moon from the balcony, Jared muses that the warm spring breeze is finally beginning to dispel the chill of their land. Due to a production bug, Jared's potion creation and medicinal herb mixing skills have reached level 35. As a reward, 2 new abilities have been unlocked: automated production and the creation of intermediate mana potions. With an automated system costing 5,000 gold and 10 mana stones, he can now produce 24 bottles of medicine per day. Overall, the daily revenue exceeds 900 gold, with each bottle of medicine selling for 39 gold. Since this cure is exclusive to their territory, many monster hunters have flocked to their land, inadvertently beginning to hunt in the Nightmare Forest. As the production rates of the Caribbean Magic Stone increased, the number of people adversely affected by the beast decreased. With rumors of the cure and the magic stones spreading, merchants from the Ta district have visited their territory to secure additional benefits. Charybia, as it stands now, has far exceeded Jared's plans. thriving through such positive feedback loops. The spread of knowledge about the cure has made Caribia renowned across the continent. While riding his horse, Jared chats with Isabella, who questions him about where he is heading alone. She warns him about venturing into a barren, cold place, wondering aloud if he is planning to kill himself, and pleads with him not to. She tells him he looks amazing and expresses a desire not to see him become a ghost. Confused, Jared asks what she is talking about, explaining that he is merely on his way to take down Lich Deluk. He requests that she not blow things out of proportion and put an end to her worries. In a fit of anger, she calls him crazy and insists that taking on a Lich is even more dangerous. She reveals that a Lich is a cursed, incredibly powerful black mage, warning that if he gets caught, his soul will be stolen, turning him into one of the undead. Jared challenges this notion, questioning whether Deluk is truly capable of defeating him, especially when he has mastered every aspect of his strategy. Deluk is a Lich sealed in an elaborate sanctum of his own creation. During the Great War in Paradiso, he gained immortality after being released from his seal by the Demon King. All users were required to progress through a specific storyline in the main plot called The Wrath of Lich Deluk. Jared adds that when Deluk regains his strength, he will become a true immortal, immune to sword magic, making it imperative for Jared to deal with him before that happens. He reveals that it is possible to kill Deluk using divine powers. Isabella, finding Jared's knowledge peculiar, muses that he seems to know an extraordinary amount, and wonders if he could be a god pretending to be human or some other kind of supernatural being. Jared dismisses her speculation, calling her an idiot and insisting that such a notion is impossible. Later, Jared arrives at the sanctum of Lich Deluk. In a cave-like structure, he begins searching for something, commenting on the difficulty of locating such a small opening and pondering whether it might have disappeared over time. Amused, Isabella finds it endearing, comparing Jared to a dog searching for a bone. She curiously asks what he is doing. He explains that normally, anyone trying to reach Deluk would have to climb a mountain filled to the brim with traps, making it nearly impossible to navigate. He points out frozen human statues, noting that they were frozen to death, and mentions a secret entrance. Eventually, he finds it and passes through the wall. Isabella, shocked, calls out Jared's name. Jared reflects that this path is likely thanks to a bug he discovered himself, a small gap left during the map's creation. He appreciates the bug as it provides him with a way to take down Deluk. He introduces Isabella to Deluk's secret treasure room, which she finds fascinating. Amazed, she asks if it's all treasure. Noting the abundance, Jared explains that this was originally intended as a reward for any group that managed to defeat Deluk, enough to be divided among them, with at least 10 artifacts included. Suddenly, Jared exclaims that he has found what he was looking for and shows her the mischievous glutton, Melt. She questions if it's just a ring, to which Jared reveals it's much more, an infinitely large pocket dimension backpack. Isabella expresses concern about stealing the Lich's belongings, admitting that even as an evil spirit, she can't win against a Lich. Jared questions her use of the word stealing, arguing that all of this treasure consists of items Deluk stole after killing their original owners. He suggests that they are avenging all the people Deluk murdered. Isabella, intrigued, asks if Jared is enjoying this. The cursed black mage, Lich Deluk, appears, bound by chains on his throne. He mutters that because of a cursed saint, he has lost his life force and is confined to this throne for eternity. Once he breaks free from his seal, he vows to turn the humans on Daruk into undead and let them suffer forever. Suddenly, Jared appears beside Deluk, places his hand on the Lich's head, and admonishes him, saying that if he is in timeout, he should be reflecting on himself rather than concocting evil schemes. Deluk, taken aback, asks who Jared is. Jared responds by casting fire magic on Deluk and declares that he is the man who will become the world's hero. As Deluk's skeletal form burns, he rephrases his question, inquiring again where Jared came from and how he managed to bypass all of Deluk's magic and traps to reach him. A Lich is a mage who has forsaken their humanity and magic in exchange for eternal life and immense power. Without a physical form, they rely on a vessel containing a life force to project a magical avatar composed of energy, which they control from a distance. However, Deluk, a formidable Lich, has lost his life force vessel to a saint, binding his soul to a single body. Severely weakened, should Deluk die now, resurrection would be impossible. As Jared confronts Diluc, he remains cautious, aware of the danger posed by its life-absorbing black magic. Jared has faced and unsealed Diluc numerous times before. Jared unleashes a lightning arrow at Diluc, but the Lich easily deflects it with a shield, mocking the attack as weak. Suddenly, Diluc is hit by a rapid succession of powerful spells, catching him off guard. Bewildered, he wonders how Jared could possibly sustain such potent magic. Even if he generously rates Jared's abilities at a third-class level, the sheer amount of energy being channeled far exceeds that. Growing suspicious, Diluc begins to speculate if Jared has somehow acquired a divine artifact, perhaps the very one stolen from the saint who once defeated him. Noticing the rings on Jared's finger, Diluc marvels, wondering if Jared has indeed discovered his hidden treasures. Realizing that he does not know Jared but sensing a significant threat, Diluc decides it is best not to prolong the encounter. In a swift movement, Jared shatters Diluc's shield and lunges forward, taunting the Lich to treat him, a junior mage, with respect. He casts a powerful fire spell, believing that continuous magical attacks will keep Diluc's defenses occupied. Jared knows he lacks a single decisive move to defeat Diluc in one blow, but he is confident that if he maintains this relentless assault, victory will be his. As his onslaught continues, Diluc observes him intently, almost as if Jared can see through him. However, Diluc declares that this is his territory and commands his knights to act against the intruder who has dared to breach their master's domain. Isabella, sensing danger, alerts Jared to the presence of the undead. He acknowledges this calmly, realizing that the undead guarding the traps have been activated. He speculates that Diluc's behavior is unusual because he has not yet resurrected. Enraged, Diluc vows to make Jared pay for reopening old wounds he had long forgotten. With the divine flames now extinguished, Diluc is prepared to face Jared in earnest. Facing the undead knights, Jared knows he must stop Diluc from casting high-level spells, even if it means resorting to hand-to-hand combat. Before he can act, Isabella steps forward, offering to take on the undead herself. She transforms into a towering knight and swiftly obliterates Diluc's forces with ease. She confidently declares that while she may not be beautiful, her strength is undeniable, encouraging Jared to focus on the Lich. Furiously, Diluc retaliates with a powerful spell, questioning how a mere spirit dares to interfere. Jared praises Isabella's efforts and then casts a lightning spear that pierces Diluc's chest. He follows up with a barrage of lightning attacks, but Diluc counters with a dark wall, vowing not to fall for the same trick twice. Diluc is stunned as he watches Jared's spell shatter his dark wall and strike his chest again. Astonished, he asks if Jared has combined two spells. Jared confirms that it is a technique he developed himself and taunts Diluc, stating that the Lich fell for it. Jared then uses a spell imbued with a holy attribute, revealing that even when it was just a game, Diluc consistently fell for this kind of magic. Isabella, surprised, asks if they have truly won, and if they have really defeated a Lich. She credits Jared for their success as he approaches Diluc cautiously. Suddenly, Diluc, in a fit of rage, attempts to attack Jared, screaming "Die!" Jared quickly blocks the attack using his mind eye. Staring at Diluc, Jared declares he would not die from such a feeble attempt. He casts a healing spell with a holy attribute, causing Diluc to wonder if he is really going to perish in this manner. Feeling fear for the first time since becoming a Lich, his instincts scream at him to dodge Jared's impending attack, but the seal binding him prevents any form of escape. Diluc is momentarily dazed, grappling with the concepts of death and fear, and mutters incredulously, questioning whether this is some kind of cruel joke. In a surge of anger, he releases his dark aura, declaring himself a Lich, the black mage who spreads plagues and commands death. He reaffirms his identity as Lich Diluc and, with fierce determination, challenges Jared, whom he now calls a holy mage, to fight once more. Diluc unleashes a torrent of black magic at Jared, who quickly conjures a shield to confront the onslaught. As he does, he muses to himself that Diluc seems to be recklessly throwing spells his way, to the point where it hardly qualifies as true magic. Just then, Diluc's spell shatters Jared's shield, and the Lich screams, "Die!" On the brink of being overpowered, Jared is saved by Isabella, who steps in and erects a protective wall around him. Furious, Diluc roars, "Enough with her interference." He then casts an underground spell that pierces Isabella's chest, dispelling her evil night form. As Isabella reverts to her normal state, she apologizes to Jared, saying this is as far as she can go. She then asks if he is sure that he can kill that monster. With unwavering confidence, he responds that he has already told her. Diluc can't lay a finger on him in this weakened state. While Diluc was initially thrown off by his appearance and potent attacks, his fundamental patterns haven't changed. Like every other monster in Paradiso, Jared knows everything about him. How he attacks, how he dodges, and all his tricks. Diluc, insulted by Jared's words, calls him a quick-footed pest. It's time for you to be crushed. He casts a spell that lands dangerously close to Jared, who teases back, if there's anything I'm confident in, it's taking you down. Diluc, still doubting Jared, proclaims that while Jared is busy dodging his blows, he somehow remains confident in his victory. Jared sprints toward Diluc, replying, of course, and places his wand against Diluc's chest. Surprised, Diluc asks if this is fourth-class magic. He calls Jared a devil, accusing him of deceiving him with low-level magic from the start. Jared replies, I told you I'm always confident and 100% sure of myself. He then grabs Diluc's chain and casts a holy chain bond, strengthening his magic. Jared declares that a scoundrel like Diluc who lacks substance is easy to attack. He casts a spell, Light Attribute Amplification Growth, and commands Diluc to feel the blessings of God flow throughout his body. Jared shatters Diluc into pieces with a powerful blinding blast, declaring that Diluc, the devil, won't be coming back anytime soon, and telling him to give up. With only half of this skull remaining, Diluc defiantly replies that giving up is his choice to make. He asks Jared if he knows what the future holds for him and suggests that he should think about what he will have to face from now on. Jared, without hesitation, states that Diluc is around a 9th-class mage in terms of magic alone and more on the extreme side of that, while Jared himself is only at the 4th class. Diluc, acknowledging Jared's understanding, notes that despite knowing this, Jared is still watching him die, seemingly desiring something from the depths of his soul. Curiously, Diluc inquires what it is that Jared wants. Jared responds that he wants Diluc's most powerful symbol of monarchy. Diluc, amused, asks if this is a joke, suggesting that Jared must be delusional if he's trying to achieve what neither the Lord of the Gods nor the cruel devil himself could accomplish. Diluc remarks that he finds this amusing and says he will watch Jared closely in hell, through his prideless eyes. Isabella then comments that the scariest thing about Jared is that while many people are stronger than him, he doesn't care about that at all. Jared, stretching his body with a sense of relief, remarks that Diluc is finally gone. Isabella adds that it's almost as if Jared knows he will surpass them someday. Jared picks up Diluc's bracelet and, observing it closely, reveals that he desperately needed it, but that this is far better than he could have ever imagined. He says, growth-type artifacts are by far the best. There's no artifact better than this. I'm so happy we came here. As Jared examines the bracelet, Isabella spots a book nearby and calls out to him, saying there's a strange book over there. Curious, Jared asks, a book? Isabella replies that it looks like something the dead Lich left behind. Jared picks up the book and notes that he has never seen a book drop from Diluc's corpse before. He reads the title aloud, Lich Diluc Revival Spell. Isabella, flipping through the pages, inquires if it is possible for the resurrected being to have a relationship with its master, making it impossible to deny the master's orders. She also asks if, in the off chance that Jared dies, the spirit will die with him. Jared laughs and confirms her suspicions. Isabella, still flipping through the pages, realizes that this contract might as well make her Jared's slave. She throws the book away in frustration and yells that this isn't the type of relationship she was looking for. Furiously, she asks what he is trying to make her do for him. Jared responds with a plan. First, you tie me up, nice and tight. Second, you use cursed magic on me, and I fend it off as best I can. Third, we rinse and repeat, raising our magic resistance and tolerance at the same time. He laughs, adding that normally they would have to spend a lot of money hiring a strong mage, but it's completely free if she does it on him. Isabella, looking at him with curiosity, muses that it's the first time she has found a reason to dislike this man. Jared, noticing her expression, asked her not to look at him that way. She questions if this is all he wants. Jared suggests she think about the other uses this might have. Isabella casually agrees, saying she was getting tired of her boring old routine anyway. Jared proposes they get going, as some of the revival vats are just around the corner. She asks him to wait, questioning if they are doing it now, adding that she's still not prepared. Jared exhales a deep breath and asks Isabella why he has to carry her. Furiously, she explains that she is still not comfortable in this human body and questions if she didn't tell him to start calling her Isabel. Jared, confused, recalls that Isabella said she lost her memories after becoming human. He asks how she even remembers her name. She responds that she doesn't know and doesn't care, urging him to hurry up because it's cold. Annoyed, she adds that Deluc had all these perverted fantasies about the human body, yet couldn't even afford to have normal clothes. Jared reflects that he's glad she hasn't changed much, but notes that her tendencies seem to be the same as well. He lets out a sigh and observes that it seems she has become more emotional as well. As they pass through a cave full of skeletons, Isabella comments that there sure are a lot of bodies. Jared reveals that this place was infested with traps, but fortunately, most of the innermost traps are now disabled. They reach a place where a woman is floating in a water chamber. Isabella, curious, asks him how that woman died and wonders if it was because of the traps. Jared, saying nothing, responds that maybe it was, but he's not too sure himself. Isabella hopes that the woman doesn't become an evil spirit, noting that living as an evil spirit is tough. One's senses are gone, but it always feels cold and lonely. Smiling, she suggests that maybe this woman would be a lot happier if Isabella lived a cooler life through her body. Extremely happy, Isabella declares that she will be eating lots of delicious food while trying new dresses and makeup. Jared, curious, asks when the story changed. She smiles and asks Jared if it will be fun with him. He casually replies that it won't be boring, to say the least, but it's undoubtedly dangerous. She responds with a quiet agreement. Jared smiles and says he is glad to have a trusty sidekick. Isabella feels a sense of relief as she embraces him. Elsewhere, a man seething with frustration yells at his servant, demanding to know if more monster hunters have been lost. The servant confirms, adding that the Runa liqueur is only found in Caribbean, making it the main destination for migration. Furious, the man snaps, reminding him they've spent a fortune hiring people to steal the cure. The servant apologetically informs him that Caribbean has been extremely vigilant in safeguarding the cure's recipe. Although they managed to secure a small sample, replicating the formula has proven to be exceedingly difficult. The man's anger grows, and he scolds the servant for speaking so nonchalantly. He questions why he even hired him and angrily orders him to leave. Turning his thoughts to Jared, the man mutters with disdain, calling him a devil who acts high and mighty without truly understanding the fears of this world. He declares that two can play at this game. Just then, the Lord of Mayarika, Hargos, appears with a young girl sitting on his thigh. Hargos inquires how many lives they could afford to lose if they were to declare war immediately. His servant, kneeling with respect, informs him that they currently have 1,239 skilled men ready for deployment. Hargos takes a moment to ponder and then states that this number is still too small. He suggests that they need more men, knowing that Jared is a fourth-class magician and no longer the foolish figure he once was. If he had known this transformation was going to happen, Hargos would have had Gragas poison Jared long ago. He then asked about Gragas, and the servant explains that the assassin was dispatched by Sir Perua to eliminate the threat of him talking. Suddenly, a man announces the arrival of Akron, the great guide of Mayarika. Hargos expresses his relief, acknowledging Akron's arrival, whom he refers to as his magician. Akron greets Hargos and assures him that he has been well. He then informs Hargos that he has brought the magicians requested, although their services have come at a substantial cost. Hargos dismisses the financial concern, claiming that money is of no issue to him. He then curiously asks one of the magicians about his class, to which the magician responds that he is of the 3rd class. Confidently, Akron suggests that if they were to launch an attack immediately, Caribbean would be wiped off the face of the earth. Hargos laughs, finding this proposition perfect. During the journey through the woods, Avila, Jared's minister, reflects on Jared's growing influence worldwide through diplomacy. He notes that they are in the northern region and questions if this is a disputed territory, caught between Mayarika and Ronella, who are quarreling over its claim. Jared informs him that their presence there is not for official business, but to negotiate with a tribe that resides in the area. Avila, intrigued, asks if they are going to meet elves who inhabit these woods. Jared simply replies that they will find out soon enough. As they proceed, several goblins observe them from higher ground. Avila, alarmed, identifies them as red goblins and expresses concern, recalling that Sir Oberon believed they were the only ones in this region. Now, they find themselves completely surrounded. One of Jared's ministers quickly commands the soldiers to protect their lord, while Rakis instructs them to set up a defensive perimeter without engaging. Avila, in disbelief, murmurs about setting up a defensive perimeter against what appeared to be monsters and wonders if they might actually be humans. The leader of the Red Goblins emerges and introduces himself as Ibaniba, the leader of the goblins. Sir Oberon is surprised to hear a goblin speaking the Nasu dialect. Jared greets Ibaniba in return and introduces himself. Ibaniba, curious, confirms Jared's identity and admits that his expectations were far too low. He inquires about the purpose of their meeting. Jared explains that they seek to establish diplomatic relations for the acquisition of iron and gold. Ibaniba laughs, stating that this is the first time in all his years that he has witnessed a human offering his hand first. He asks if Jared has what it takes to satisfy their needs. Jared signals to one of his soldiers, who brings forth a cart full of nightmare stones. Avila, puzzled, whispers to himself that this doesn't make any sense. He is aware that nightmare stones are considered beautiful but worthless stones, commonly found in the nightmare forest by monster hunters. He fears that presenting such stones might insult the goblins due to their low value. Ibaniba, however, comments that it seems Jared has quite a few nightmare stones. Expressing his frustration, he says that none of them had bothered to even glance their way until now, yet they brought these stones to their first meeting. Avila worries that they are in trouble. To everyone's surprise, Ibaniba smiles and declares that he likes it. Jared has done well. The two shake hands, and Ibaniba thanks Jared profusely for bringing such precious stones to them. He hands Jared a contract and states that through this agreement, they have become brothers in the north. Jared expresses his hope that their relationship will grow into an even stronger bond. Ibaniba shares this sentiment and instructs his goblins to bring out the iron and gold. The goblins carry numerous sacks filled with iron and gold and place them before Jared. Ibaniba, admiring the nightmare stones, laughs and remarks that no other stone compares to their beauty. One of the goblins excitedly comments on the prospect of polishing these stones. One of Jared's ministers, astonished by the goblin's vast supply of ores, contemplates that it might be more advantageous to claim the land for themselves. Ibaniba, however, is thrilled and suggests they celebrate their new alliance. He calls out to those on the hill, saying that there is no longer a need for protection, and invites them to join. Dark elves emerge from hiding, and Jared's minister is taken aback by the presence of such a typically hostile race. He realizes that Jared must have known about this all along. As night falls, the celebration continues. Avila, amazed, comments on how the Red Goblins value nightmare stones, similarly to how humans value gold. He asks Jared where he obtained this information. The party is lively with various groups participating in arm wrestling and other activities. Jared, sitting next to Rakis, inquires about the current state of their army and smithies. Rakis reports that due to a lack of materials, they are mainly focusing on repairing and improving existing equipment for new recruits. Jared instructs that once they acquire refined iron from the Red Goblins, they should prioritize mass-producing swords, spears, and arrows, ensuring that no ingot goes unused. Rakis acknowledges this. Jared adds that they will use a portion of the gold obtained from the goblins to further invest in their army. He then informs Rakis that he will be appointed as the head of recruitment, effective immediately. Ibaniba, sitting beside Jared, questions if he is planning to declare war against Marika. He suggests that there's no other reason for such a sudden large-scale business deal than preparation for war. Eating grapes, he praises Jared's intelligence and remarks that Marika is a corrupt haven filled with criminals. He adds that sooner or later, they would have expanded their influence into Jared's territory. Jared sincerely apologizes if Ibaniba is offended by their primary reason for establishing this deal. Ibaniba, however, casually waves it off, explaining that he was merely speaking for the sake of conversation. He laughs, stating that the amount of iron and gold they have provided is nothing to them, and he personally dislikes Hargos. Ibaniba declares his support for Jared. Raising his glass, he toasts to their new brother Jared and to the glory of Caribia. The entire crowd joins in, raising their glasses. Jared, with a serious expression, joins in the toast and drinks. On March 14, 1414, in the Nasu territory, some time has passed since Isabel's resurrection. Jared introduces Isabel to Hayes, explaining that she was his classmate during their time at the academy in the Desmond Empire. Isabel greets Hayes warmly with a gentle laugh and a friendly demeanor. Despite the new surroundings, Isabel quickly adapted to life in the manor. During a training session, she casts an illusion spell on Jared, creating a mirage of what his enemies fear the most. She also helps him enhance his magic defense, contributing to his daily practice. Jared, clearly unnerved, asks why the spiders are so large, but she dismisses his fears, remarking that spiders are not frightening. Thanks to her rigorous training, Jared's magic defense reaches a total of 34 points. One day, while holding a handful of candies, Isabel questions Jared about their significance, playfully accusing him of trying to make her gain weight. He explains that the candy is a gift for White Day, an occasion on which men are supposed to return the favor to women who gave them chocolates a month ago, on February 14th. Isabel, intrigued, teases him, suggesting that the day sounds romantic and questioning if he is warming up to her. Jared clarifies that he gave candy to every woman in the manor, not just her. Isabel continues to flirt, playfully placing a candy between her teeth and attempting to kiss him. She teasingly remarks that their lives are intertwined by the mind-eye and bound by a kiss. Jared, taken aback, laughs and comments that it almost sounds like a marriage contract. Gently, he places the candy in her mouth with his finger and asks her to stop playing around. He then suggests they focus on improving their magic resistance, noting that they have already significantly increased his magic defense. Despite his suggestion, Isabel stubbornly continues her advances, and Jared tries to remain focused. As he begins to walk away, Isabel points her finger at him and casts a desire spell, much to his shock. Despite his protests, she insists, casting the spell instantly. They share an intimate moment, and the game then notifies that Jared has successfully met the minimum enlightenment requirements to reach the 5th class. Later, Jared reveals the details of a nurturing project he has initiated. He plans to find and recruit the most talented individuals for future development, leveraging the benefits of the priest's disciplinary system, which rewards bonus points to teachers based on their students' progress. Isabel shows extraordinary promise, while Lena approaches her tasks with gratitude and Maya treats her training as a game. With the tips and tricks Jared has acquired over the years, he feels confident in his ability to guide his students without encountering major issues. However, he is shocked to discover that Hayes has shown zero progress. Hayes, nervously asking if Jared will truly be her teacher, questions how a mere maid like her can become a healer. She expresses doubts about her ability but vows to do her best. Despite her efforts, Hayes struggles with basic spells, and Jared reflects on the highly specialized nature of healers, noting there are fewer than 5 people of that class on the entire Nasu continent. Frustrated by Hayes' lack of advancement, Jared questions why she continues to define herself entirely by her role as a maid. Hayes apologizes, clearly ashamed, and the situation weighs heavily on him. Later, while discussing the issue with Sir Oberon, Jared confides that they are at a standstill with Hayes' progress. Oberon acknowledges that for Hayes to awaken as a healer, she must fully commit both in body and mind, and points out that her identity as a maid, which has defined her for 23 years, may be a significant obstacle. Jared, concerned, wonders how he can guide her effectively. Oberon, noticing Jared's distress, advises him to trust Hayes to succeed on her own given her dedication thus far. Jared agrees, thanks Oberon, and immediately sprints off down the hallway, determined to act on the advice. As he runs, he reflects on the situation, realizing that Hayes is not like the others. He doesn't need to micromanage her but should trust her to grow at her own pace. Suddenly, he senses danger but is struck by an assassin from behind before he can react. Moments later, Hayes and a guard arrive at the scene, finding Jared lying on the floor bloodied. Panicked, Hayes asks how this could have happened. The guard explains that an assassin ambushed him and that a doctor has been summoned, though it's uncertain if he will arrive in time. Desperate, Hayes, reminding herself she is a healer, kneels beside Jared, opens his shirt, and urges him to hold on. Recalling her promise to be always at his side, she focuses all her energy on healing him, her magic illuminating the entire hallway. 30 minutes later, Jared, the guard, and Rekis sit together, appearing disappointed. Hayes, still teary-eyed, yells in frustration, demanding to know why they played such a cruel prank on her. Jared, trying to calm her, explains that the injury was exaggerated using animal blood to test her abilities. Hayes, upset by the deception, expresses her deep emotional reaction to seeing Jared hurt. Sir Oberyn comments dryly that this was not quite what he had in mind when advising Jared to trust Hayes. Meanwhile, Jared's nurturing project proceeds with minimal issues. Frua, smoking calmly, discusses plans for the future, expressing confidence in an easy victory if war breaks out with Caribia. He notes that eliminating Jared would prevent unnecessary bloodshed and instructs an assassin to infiltrate the manor, spy on Jared, and kill him if the opportunity arises. As he finally gets the opportunity strike, Rakis, the false assassin, steps in and intervenes. The real assassin, hidden behind a wall, prepares to strike. He muses over missed opportunities, and his thoughts shift to wondering who else might be after Jared. Amid a biting cold breeze and storm, Rakis notices a flicker of light in the distance. As the light grows closer, it becomes clear that it's a man carrying a lamp. Upon nearing Rakis, the man with a curious tone, he asks who's out there and if it's baby Rakis. The man guides Rakis back to his home, providing him warmth and comfort. The man hands Rakis a steaming cup of tea to help chase away the cold. As the man steps away to tend to the fire, he says with a warm smile that Rakis has grown a lot since the last time he saw him. Rakis smiles back and replies with a hint of amusement, 40 years of life will do that to a person. The man sits near the fire, and he begins to stoke the flames. Then, with curiosity, he asks what brings Rakis so deep into the nightmare forest. Rakis leans forward, revealing that new developments have emerged and that the man was the first person he thought of upon hearing the news. He presents the man with a small vial, explaining that it's a cure for Ronella's disease. He then asks the man if he wouldn't need such a cure, especially when living in such a treacherous place. The man raises his eyebrows in curiosity, and before placing more wood on the fire, he asks if this is the rumored cure. He admits that he is doubtful about the potion, especially since an idiot leader created it. Still holding on to the belief in Lord Jared's transformation, Rakis defends him, stating that Jared has changed. He explains that Lord Jared has learned from his past and even allowed him to bring the potion to the man. The man laughs heartily, shaking his head, remarking that Jared is the kind of man who would throw away countless lives just to recruit a handful of others. However, Rakis remains firm, telling the man that they need veterans like him now more than ever. He urges the man to reconsider, suggesting that he would change his mind if he could witness how much Caribia has changed. In the recent history of the Nasu continent, a land ravaged by war, never before had such a destructive conflict taken place. Countless lives were crushed, and the heads of nobles rolled in the ashes of war. Morality and ethics became mere concepts, meaningless in the face of survival. Fear was the only constant, for death itself rode on horseback across the Nasu continent, making its rounds from one end to the other. Meanwhile, far from the cold of the nightmare forest, in a cozy seaside tavern, Jared slams his mug down on the table with a sense of satisfaction. With a broad grin on his face, he declares how refreshing Caribia's lager is and praises the seafood, noting its quality due to its proximity to the ocean. Isabel, sitting across from him, responds with a wry smile, casually observing if he is saying that it's freezing cold up there and that he is relying on seafood because he can't grow anything else. He laughs heartily and confirms her observation, admitting that he really hopes the fertilizers will improve the crops this time. Hayes, who had been quietly sitting with them, laughs nervously and reassures Jared, saying she is sure the fertilizers will work great, especially since he made them. He bursts into laughter again, wiping tears from his eyes, and jokingly asks if that's the only reason she believes in their success. Hayes overhears a group of men sitting at a nearby table as their conversation continues. One of the men remarks on how much safer and cleaner the roads have been recently. His friend nods in agreement, wondering aloud if the improvements were due to some guy named Aki, who had invested in the roads after being robbed himself. The men at the table discuss how Aki's actions were carried out under Lord Jared's orders. He expresses his belief that Caribia's future looks bright under Jared's leadership. Another man, excited, suggests that they should consider buying land in Caribia, or perhaps even relocating their Hunter Guild headquarters there, given the recent improvements. Hearing this, Isabel smiles knowingly, leaning toward Jared and commenting that it was a good idea to sneak in quietly. Jared, however, isn't paying attention. His focus has drifted to a woman sitting a few tables away, and Isabel, noticing his distraction, asks him curiously what he is looking at. Jared, still in a daze, mutters quietly that isn't that person Ella. His gaze is locked on a lively woman, her voice carrying across the tavern as she exuberantly exclaims how amazing the beer is. Excitedly, she calls out to the waiter for another round and encourages her friends to join her. As Jared's eyes widen, he realizes that the woman is none other than Ella, a warrior NPC famous for aiding players during the first great crisis in Paradiso's history, if they could afford her services. Ella's elven companion, sitting next to her, sighs and advises her to take it easy with the drinking, reminding her that alcohol clouds judgment. With a playful smirk, Ella brushes her friend's cheek and teasingly tells her that she'll need to learn how to handle a drink or two if she ever wants to find a guy she likes. Jared watches the scene unfold, noting to himself that while Ella is a powerful warrior, she would likely join the Demon King's army if the price was right. His mind-eye ability activates as he studies Ella's elven companion. The ability reveals that the woman is none other than Chloe, the Queen of Silence, an NPC leader of the Grey Elves. Jared's thoughts race as he tries to recall everything he knows about her. She had emerged in secret 5 years before the Great Stallion War, and her presence here now is as shocking as Ella's. Jared is stunned, realizing he's in the presence of two of the most important figures in Paradiso's history, all in the same place. He mutters that if he plays his cards right, this could be a huge opportunity. His excitement bubbles over, and without thinking, he rushes from his seat, leaving Isabel and Hayes behind. He approaches Ella's table, nervously excusing himself and apologizing for interrupting. But before he can say much, Ella cuts him off with a laugh that it's fine. She says casually that she is not interested in younger guys. She gives him a gentle push, telling him to leave. Jared, completely thrown off by the touch, goes pale and collapses on the ground in a daze. Hayes, alarmed, sprints to his side and kneels next to him, helping him back up. Angrily, she scolds Ella, informing her that the man she just dismissed is none other than Lord Jared, the Viscount of Carobia, and a ruler across the continent. The entire tavern falls silent, all eyes now on Jared, their lord, who had gone unnoticed until now. Ella, however, remains unfazed, turning her gaze toward Hayes. She comments that Hayes looks like a mere maid and asks her if she's not afraid, adding that she is also a viscount. Ella challenges Hayes' assumption, reminding her that Jared isn't the only noble in the world. With Hayes' support, Jared slowly rises to his feet. Still recovering from the shock, he addresses Ella directly, acknowledging the unexpected nature of their meeting. He then calmly proposes a business deal, offering her a handsome sum for her services. Later in Jared's office, Ella sits across from him, looking intrigued as he outlines his offer. In exchange for teaching a child, 5,000 gold for 1 year, complete with a mansion. Jared confirms the details, adding that they'll draft and notarize the agreement to make it official. Sitting beside Ella, Chloe defers to her mentor, saying she will follow Ella's decision. After all, in her view, the human world isn't much different no matter where they go. However, Ella is curious, asking Jared why he trusts her so easily when they've just met. Jared admits that he doesn't trust them yet but believes that money is the only way to guarantee their help. He figures that by throwing enough gold their way, they won't refuse. Smiling with amusement, Ella leans back and remarks that Jared's offer is the sexiest thing she's heard so far. She accepts the deal, asking about the child Jared is willing to spend so much gold on. With this agreement, Jared has finally solved the issue of finding a teacher for Lena. Normally he would be exhausted by such a long day of negotiations, but thanks to Gorz's necklace, he feels no fatigue. Yet, as time passes, he worries that his knowledge of Paradiso and the world he has become a part of is slowly slipping away. Just earlier today, he had forgotten what Chloe even looked like. He knows it will become more difficult to document his experiences in his journal. Still, he remains determined to leave behind a record named Paradiso written in Korean, an unknown language in this world, so that his legacy endures. As Lena and Chloe train together, they each lift a heavy wooden block, their muscles straining under the weight. Jared and Ella stand at a distance, observing the scene. Jared, watching the intensity of the training, muses that it seems like hellish work. He wonders aloud whether Lena, if she keeps this up, will end up becoming a muscular powerhouse. His eyes shift to Chloe, who works just as hard but remains effortlessly composed, not breaking a single sweat. Curiously, Jared asks Ella why Chloe appears unaffected despite the strenuous training. Ella, unfazed, replies that the world is vast and Lena isn't the only talented child out there. She adds candidly that whoever has been training Lena up until now has done a poor job at best. With a smirk, Ella mentions that she could probably kill Lena's previous instructor in 5 seconds using just one hand. Jared laughs hesitantly at the remark, thinking of Rakis and playfully considering that he must only be worth 5 seconds. Ella shifts the conversation to Lena's potential, noting that even without an impressive teacher, Lena's natural growth is significant thanks to the magic training equipment she's been using. She elaborates that the 4-element magic released by the equipment targets her shield training effectively. With a curious gleam in her eye, Ella asks Jared how he found the perfect training method for Lena. Jared laughs, explaining that it's actually a method from the Eastern continent that takes advantage of the game's system. He reveals that repeating the same training methods too often leads to decreased proficiency in Paradiso. However, with 4 different elements in rotation, the system considers each one a unique training method, effectively bypassing the anti-macro mechanics. He calls it a bug, one that he's surprised Ella knew about, despite not using the mind eye. Regardless, Jared isn't worried. The method has proven highly effective. Meanwhile, at the Caribia farms, the local farmers are busy spraying fertilizer on their crops. When they spot Sir Oberon approaching, they eagerly greet him, thanking him for his presence and expressing their gratitude for their flourishing crops. Oberon, there for a routine inspection, asks the farmers how their harvest is progressing. A farmer enthusiastically responds that pest control has been much easier, thanks to the pests migrating to Runella territory. He mentions that their friends in Runella have been eager to learn the secrets behind Caribia's successful crops, and every day they thank their lord and Sir Oberon for their hard work. Humbled, Sir Oberon listens to the farmers' praises, unsure of what to make of the overwhelming admiration for their lord. He thanks each of the farmers personally, and in response, the farmers are visibly moved. The game system notifies Jared that the collective voices of the farmers sing his praises, signaling the completion of the quest with a sincere heart. Jared gains 200 loyalty points, and the game informs him that a golden age has dawned upon his territory. On a snowy day, Caribia's market buzzes with the sound of the citizens chanting, "All hail to their lord, all hail Caribia." Hayes, watching the scene with Avila, smiles and asks her to help spread the sentiment further. Lena and Chloe continue their rigorous training, pushing themselves harder with each passing day, while Jared, back in his office, checks the game's stats. He feels a wave of satisfaction as he sees that his efforts have led to yet another golden age for his territory. Elsewhere, Akron, accompanied by 2 guards, arrives at Caribia. Despite both territories residing in the northern region, he comments on the stunning scenery in Caribia. The mansion is eerily quiet. In the training area, Lena, concerned, remarks to Chloe that the mansion seems unusually still today. She asks if Chloe knows where everyone might have gone. Before she can respond, Ella interrupts from behind, her tone sharp and warning. She reminds Lena that if she has time to chat, she should be focusing on her training. Lena, startled, immediately begins running as Ella orders her to complete 20 laps around the field. Lena, already in motion, confirms the order. Ella sighs, commenting that they should have informed her in advance if they were heading to war. She mutters in frustration, wondering aloud what Jared could possibly be thinking. Stretching her body, she asks Chloe if she should loosen up as well, just in case. Suddenly, a fireball strikes one of the watchtowers, and a guard tumbles from it. Another Caribbean guard, panicked, shouts that they are under ambush, and orders a retreat. Meanwhile, America Guard informs Lord Hargos that the watchtower has been destroyed and the Caribbean forces are retreating. Hargos laughs in amusement, instructing his men to let the idiotic fools go. He marvels at the ease of his plan, noting that Caribia's forces have retreated into the forest, where magical beasts reside. If he had known it would be this simple, he muses, he would have invaded Caribia much sooner. A soldier presents Hargos with a storage drum full of alcohol confiscated from Caribbean soldiers. Hargos laughs even harder, mocking their lack of discipline and calling it hard even to judge them. Raising his sword, Hargos commands his army to charge straight into Caribia, confident in their victory. Meanwhile, In Caribia, the townspeople hurriedly begin evacuating to safer locations. From a height, a man looks sorrowfully at his town, lamenting that everything was peaceful just yesterday. The man beside him asks what kind of disaster they are now facing. Jared is quickly informed that the fourth defensive line has been breached. A soldier approaches him, reporting that the enemy will soon be upon them. Jared advises that they must move swiftly. Turning to Rakis, he implores him to do his best, as the land will be lost if the enemy manages to break through. Rakis confirms his orders. As Jared prepares for action, Hayes rushes toward him, breathless and distressed. She demands to know why he isn't taking her along in such a necessary war, insisting that she should fight beside him. Jared, his expression firm, tells her he cannot involve her in the war. Hayes protests, reminding him of her healing abilities, but Jared explains that the battlefield is too dangerous. One mistake could cost her life. He gently takes her hand, acknowledging the rarity and usefulness of her skill, but he cannot risk losing her just because of it. Hayes, her eyes shimmering with emotion, tells Jared that she doesn't want to lose him either. Jared, softening, asked her if there is anyone who would want to lose a comrade. It's natural not to want to lose those important to you, he says, especially someone like her, whom he has known his entire life. To protect those he cares about, Jared has always been prepared for what may come. He asks Hayes to trust him, and after a moment she nods and responds, yes. Isabel, watching the exchange, grows visibly jealous. She furiously grabs Hayes by the hood and yanks her back, scolding her. If she is a healer, Isabel snaps, then her place is here, tending to the wounded, not out on the battlefield. Isabel then turns to Jared and tells him that she will be the one to stay by his side, fully prepared for anything. Jared nods and dons his warrior helmet, declaring that all preparations are complete. Rakis, meanwhile, surveys the stronghold, acknowledging that it is strategically advantageous due to its location. However, the reality of their situation is grim. They have only 300 soldiers with the military flag flying over a visible position, and 100 untrained peasants who have volunteered. Rakis, addressing the gathered men, thanks them for stepping up in such a desperate situation. He expresses shame at the military's inability to provide them with adequate protection and apologizes sincerely. Their lord Jared even went so far as to bow to their enemies, seeking peace, but despite his efforts, Mayorica still lusts after their land. The number of trained soldiers, Rakis continues, barely reaches 1,200. He raises his voice even higher, telling those who are not soldiers that they are free to leave if they wish. Their presence alone has already provided immense help. A flashback to a past conversation emerges. In it, a man Rakis met in the forest once suggested they both leave Caribia, claiming the territory was doomed after the death of its previous lord, and that Jared, the current lord, was too naive. Rakis firmly refused to abandon Caribia, despite the man's insistence that it wouldn't survive the coming winter. The man, furious, accused Rakis of foolishness, warning him not to become a vengeful spirit if he met his end in Caribia. Returning to the present, the peasants rally around Rakis, telling him not to speak such pessimistic words. They vow to protect their land with their own hands. Thanks to Lord Jared's leadership, life in the barren lands of Caribia has become bearable, and they refuse to let Mayorica's drug-addicted soldiers take it away. They would rather die fighting than be killed while fleeing. Rakis mutters to himself about the harsh winter that was predicted. His spirits rise as he realizes that, rather than harsh cold, it's the intense heat of battle that they face. Energized, Rakis refers to the peasants as soldiers and orders the distribution of swords and shields. Suddenly, a soldier informs Rakis that the enemy is approaching. Rakis confirms it and sees the enemy forces advancing from a distance. However, a new, unforeseen problem emerges. To his shock, the advancing army is not from Mayorica, but from Ronella, led by Lord Batman. Batman, laughing as he surveys Caribia on the horizon, is eager for the battle to come. 1 month ago, during a meeting with the Hargos, Lord of Mayorica, and Batman, Lord of Ronella, Batman acknowledged that they had spent some time quarreling with each other. However, not all of them share the same goal of protecting their territories. He openly admits he feels indifferent about his emotions, and while he does hold some resentment, it isn't strong. Horgus, with a gold coin in hand, questions him if he has received a tribute from Caribia as well. Batman reveals that he received quite a hefty amount as well, requesting to maintain an amicable relationship between them. Caribia sent in various goods from their region. Considering the amount of gold they gifted, it seems as though they have good financial stability. Furiously, Horgus slams his fist on the table and calls Jared a scoundrel. He then attentively asks Batman to consider that carefully. Curiously, he questions why Jared would start to wag his tail and become amicable after all that time. 20% of the number of their hunters has fallen, and it is still continuing on its trend downward. He mentions that Jared is trying to shake the foundation of their territories. Batman mentions Jared is sacred since even though his territory is advancing, they are not ready altogether by that much. He muses that Jared is trying to buy peace through money. Horgus tells him that he has analyzed Caribia and that they only have 300 soldiers. Curiously, Batman asks him if 300 isn't too small for soldiers. Horgus looks at the gold coin and says that's exactly the reason why Jared attempted to buy peace through money. He asks if it does not sound plausible. Clenching the coin in anger, he says Jared must believe that offering a large sum of money would be enough to satisfy them and prevent the attack. He reveals that he sent Akron an inspection mage since they decided to declare their two lands as allies. Batman wonderfully inquires about allies. Horgus, with a mad smile, says from today they will prepare to wage war against Caribia. He adds that 1 month of preparation time should suffice, and then they will launch a surprise attack. Excitedly, they both get up. Horgus proposes that they should form a united front and avoid a half-hearted invasion, urging them to crush Jared and his territory completely. Batman, equally enthusiastic, agrees and eagerly suggests they declare an official alliance. They shake hands, sealing the pact. Thus, Batman and Horgus unite, forging an alliance backed by over 3,000 soldiers. At first glance, it looked like a formation of mutual understanding, reaching for the same goals. However, they both have their own different objectives. Horgus muses that Runella will be the next. Meanwhile, Batman muses to seize all of Mayarika's territory as well. On the battleground, Batman teases Jared aloud that he must be surprised and hateful seeing their unexpected arrival, stating that Jared's insolent and reckless actions have only shortened his life. He declares even if Jared attempts to stop him, it will be all for naught. He raises his hands in excitement and reveals that Horgus's army has surrounded the lands around Caribia territory. He calls Jared foolish to deploy his army at the main front without even recognizing a byway nearby his own territory. He laughs inhumanly and tells Jared that ignorance is a sin and his land is done. He asks Jared that if he crawls on the ground and pleads for his pathetic life, they shall give him mercy. Jared puts off his warrior helmet. Batman's shocked to watch that the man he was addressing isn't Jared, is someone else in his warrior suit. Surprised, he asks who that man is. The spy in Jared's army wonders if that's not Jared, then where the real one is. He sprints in fear that it was all a trap, and before it's too late he needs to inform his lord. Suddenly, a soldier swings his sword sharply and pierces the spy. A green-haired man from behind stabs a sword in the spy's chest, saying there was really a spy. The soldier mentions the man and says if he starts to act all surprised about that, who is someone in charge of the public order and health, then what should they do? Curiously, he asks the soldier if that is how things happen. The soldier questions the spy lying bloody on the ground if he is the one who let the Runella army invade their territory. Breathing his last, the spy smiles madly and wonders if they even knew his identity. Then the information that he received was all false. The soldier raises his warrior's shield in rage, stating aloud to the spy to atone and apologize to everyone by giving his life. A sound of skullcrack emerges. At night before the war in the forest side, Jared tells Rakus if the two lands send a united force to attack, then they would to use that main road. Rakus shares his opinion that the enemy has two plausible options for them. He reveals that the enemy knows the area around the main road is easy to ambush, while the lower grounds have a high percentage of losing soldiers in approaching. Jared confirms that anyone who can see they have a geographic advantage should have the same thoughts. Meanwhile, Batman asks Horgus what is the last option. Horgus tells him that after careful inspection of the land, he has discovered a hidden byway. Worried, Jared says if the spy is talented, they should have discovered the byway. Since the spy was posing as a lumberjack, he should have thoroughly inspected the detourway. Jared shows Rakus a landmine that Jared had created and reveals that he will place that trap in the byway. Observing the landmine, Rakus curiously says he had never seen something like that before. He asks Jared if he can take a look at what kind of qualities it has. Jared asks him to stand behind him. He holds a rope connected to the landmine, releasing his blue aura, which travels towards the landmine. Just as it reaches the landmine, a huge blast happens with the eruption of steel blisters in different directions, destroying the nearby area terribly. Jared protects themselves with his magic shield. Shocked, Rakus can't believe it and wonderfully says that it is an extraordinary weapon. Jared reveals by using that weapon he will annihilate the enemy in one blow, and that way, their lands wouldn't become a battlefield. Since the forest will be the graves of all those who dare to attack, he muses confidently that Byway will be their enemy's one-way ticket to hell. Horgos with his army is rushing confidently towards Caribia from the byway of the forest. He laughs inhumanly and commands his army to cut the limbs off those who resist and for those who surrender, tie them up with chains. He adds that with the start of war, an era of eternal wealth and honor shall usher upon them. He commands them to raise their weapons and suggests they commence the massacre. Hiding in the bushes, Jared declares aloud that the massacre is about to begin. Horgos, surprised, mutters in disbelief, recognizing Jared's voice. Jared corrects him, saying the real threat isn't their weapons, but their shields. As he releases his aura, it surges toward the string of landmines. With a mocking tone, he taunts Horgos to savor the traps he's so carefully prepared. Panicked, Akron recognizes that mana flowing underneath them is causing the ground to tremble. Instantly, he makes his defensive shield and commands his companion magicians, Isaac and Odium, to start their defensive magic. Suddenly, a huge blast happens amid the forest. Most of the soldiers are burning in fire, and the blisters of landmines pierce the others. The blisters grazed Horgos, but Akron quickly formed a shield around them. Their screams echoed through the forest, filling the air. Batman, standing on the battlefield, witnesses the blasts and screams of shoulders in the nearby forest. He gets scared to acknowledge it and muses that a great explosion has occurred from the direction of the byway that Horgos was using. He sweats in fear that the ones who are disadvantaged in war are them. He looks disappointed but raises his sword to announce that if he doesn't have the support of Marika, he still has command over 1,800 soldiers. He commands his warriors to wipe the Caribbean army out. His force points out their weapons and rushes towards the enemy. One of the Caribbean soldiers commands his companions to forward their tanks and hold their positions. Meanwhile, Horgos is hit by a blister on the arm in the forest. Worried, Akron inquires if his lord is okay. Horgos confirms it and furiously asks for a report on the situation. Scaredly, Akron reveals except for about 500 soldiers, everyone has been annihilated who was following them from the rear. With pain, Horgos gets on his knees and inquires about the two mages. Disappointed, Akron reveals that Isaac and Odium have also perished. Horgos in pain wonders about the disastrous situation. The soldiers he needed to combat Jared have all perished. He never would have guessed that Jared possessed such a horrifying weapon. The only one he can rely on now is Akron. He orders Akron not to stray far from his side. He suggests Akron retreat, but suddenly Jared clutches Akron by the throat. Scared, Horgos yells out Akron's name, but Jared strongly grabs his throat and flies high in the sky. Jared asks him the reason for freaking out so much. Akron calls him a scoundrel and asks if, until now, his appearance has all been nothing but a staged act. Jared taunts Akron, asking if he finally understands how pitiful the situation is. Desperately trying to escape, Akron asks how far Jared intends to take things. Without warning, Jared leaves him suspended in the sky, stating that should be far enough. As Akron's fall accelerates, he screams in pain. Jared quickly rushes toward him again, casting a spell. He gives Akron two options: either activate his powers to stop his fall or summon a shield to defend against the incoming ice storm. As the icy winds swirl around them, Jared demands a decision. Akron confronts the attack, calling him a fool. In a typical magic duel, opponents usually create distance, gauging each other's strength before exchanging a series of calculated attacks. After careful observation and reading into their rivals' moves, they unleash chains of fierce assaults. That's how it usually goes. But Jared shattered this convention entirely. Breaking through Akron's shield, Jared grabs him tightly, forcing him to face downward. Confused, Akron wonders if Jared is attempting a double suicide. As he sees a magic circle forming in Jared's hand, He begins to laugh maniacally, finally understanding Jared's deadly intent. In the world of magic, a fourth-class mage is far from weak. Even Horgos, who ruled Mayorica through brute force, had to pay a fortune for third-class mages to handle tricky situations. Yet Jared found himself frustrated when comparing his current self to his past, where he had defeated the reincarnated Lich, Diluc, multiple times. Now, he could barely cast fourth-class magic once. His opponent, Akron, was a perfectly balanced fourth-class mage with magic skills matching Jared's, though lacking in close combat. Laughing inhumanly, Akron's muscles swell with power as he breaks free from Jared's grasp. Furious, he mocks Jared, questioning if he truly thought he would lose. Akron's punch cracks Jared's shield, revealing the flaw of close-range combat. Shields are easily broken. His blow shatters Jared's helmet, and he laughs, claiming he has seen through Jared's strategy. Akron reveals its teleportation magic, Dimension Door, since he can't use flight magic to counter Jared's strong attacks. He tells Jared that he was wrong to use that to his advantage and leave him to crash while he used the Dimension Door to save his life. Akron laughs inhumanly and says it's impressive. He believed that only the pattern was that of a fourth-class spell, but to think that Jared knew how to apply it on a level like that is impressive. However, Akron adds that he has seen through Jared's tricks. He laughs madly, saying that the one to fall through and use the Dimension Door first is now him because of the impact of that previous attack. Jared yells out Akron's name. Akron laughs inhumanly and makes a fireball, saying it's Jared's turn now to choose whether to stop his attack or to stop his fall. He spells fire on Jared and laughs madly again, saying if he gets hit by his flames, it will be over for him. Nonetheless, of the choice he makes, it looks like everything leads to Jared's death. Jared protects himself from the flame. Meanwhile, Akron falls in the teleportation circle. Akron laughs maniacally, claiming victory, boasting that even if Jared survives the attack, he won't be able to use the portal now that he has triggered it first. He passes to the other side of the portal, saying that if Jared chooses to cross into the portal, the moment he emerges, he will fall victim to Akron's attacks. Suddenly, Akron impales himself on a cluster of sharp blades emerging from a tree. Jared, meanwhile, lands gracefully on the ground through the portal, smirking. "Did you really think you saw through my tricks?" Jared asks, mocking him. He notes Akron's baffled expression and shakes his head. "Without your magic, you're just a clueless idiot." Jared thanks Akron for the attack, explaining it helped cushion his fall. With a sly grin, he adds, "You shouldn't have attacked me while I was still above you." On the other hand, his attack accelerated Akron's fall since he shot his ice storm at him while Akron was below. Jared reveals that he purposely let himself get hit by Akron's attack, making him fall into the Dimension Door, where he set his trap. He insults him by repeating Akron's words that he saw through his plans. He is the victor of that battle, and he sees his weakness. Jared smirks and delivers a saying, "If something seems too good to be true, it probably is. When someone realizes it's too idealistic, they know it's not genuine." He adds that Akron has been dancing in the palm of his hand from the very beginning. Akron, writhing in pain and fear, barely manages to utter Jared's name. Jared coldly informs him that he will deliver justice on behalf of all his victims for the countless evil deeds he has committed. With a final spell, Jared ignites flames that consume Akron, reducing him to ashes. His glasses fall to the ground in front of Jared. A notification rings out. His stats have leveled up, and the neck-and-neck combat quest has been completed, rewarding him with 15 wisdom points. Jared scoffs at the quest name, confidently remarking that Akron couldn't even scratch the robe he's wearing. Crushing the glasses beneath his foot, he grinds them into the ground. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the forces of Caribia and Runella clash with relentless dedication, fighting fiercely for their territories. The injured Caribbean soldiers retreat to the camp, where Hayes dutifully tends to their wounds as a healer. Batman commands his army to push them back, and the Caribbean defense is on the verge of collapsing. A Runella soldier is stabbed by a sword in the head. Caribbean soldier commands his companions to maintain formation. Isolde immediately informs Rakes that they need more men in the center immediately. Suddenly, the Caribbean force center breaks down. Rakes can't believe what he hears. A Runella soldier commands his companions to ignore the ordinary soldiers and kill the people in the interior area first. He laughs madly and says with that accomplishment, they will get their pockets stuffed with gold and become filthy rich. Hayes and others in camps get scared to watch the Runella soldiers rushing towards them. A Runella soldier points out his sharp weapon straight and yells, "Die!" Suddenly, he gets hit by something hard, which smashes him away on the ground. The man whom Raucus met in the forest shows up, saying the Runella soldier mentions that their military power was inferior to think they would be pushed back so quickly. His companion, who hit the Runella soldier with his weapon, laughs in excitement, saying the Caribbean army became utterly powerless since they left it. The wolf-head man continues that is the reason their lord sought them out even after they retired. Raucus feels glad to watch his old companions and asks why they are arriving now. The man reveals that they gave Majorica a good beating just before they got there. He adds that Caribia's master and great leader Barrett, in order to follow the successor of that great person, who is the current lord of Caribia, Jared. He announces that 100 elite guards of Barrett and Jared's army of 900 will henceforth participate together in that war. The past scene unfolds where Jared commends a man, telling him he's done well up until now. The man, confused, asks what Jared means. Jared clarifies that the man has served Caribia loyally for many years, but it's time for him to retire. The man, startled, proclaims that he is Barrett, the loyal guard of Caribia, bound by his oath of service. Before he can finish, Jared cuts him off, stating that his father is gone, and with him the need for his father's soldiers. Jared reveals that most of the soldiers have already been dismissed, signaling the end of an era. The reason was a lack of funds. More specifically, it was due to Jared's lavish spending on his desires to live a luxurious life. Then the vermin who took advantage of that situation quietly seized Caribia. All of Barrett's associate guards were forced out of their positions, and the soldiers who had been receiving high salaries faced continuous salary cuts until their eviction. Orson and those veterans with him didn't have the will to watch as the Caribia they had worked so hard to build up was slowly falling apart. They had instead vowed to spend their days quietly in the woods and dispersed. Amid a breezing storm, Orson, with his hunting weapons, wanders in the forest. He utters that the spring snow is quite heavy today, and that he will need to give up on hunting at that rate. Suddenly, he notices someone far from a distance. It turns out to be red goblins with their cart full of iron. Orson gets alert and points out his weapon. He wonders how goblins get that deep inside Caribia. Goblins get scared to watch him with weapons pointing towards them and escape from the scene with their cart. Orson utters if the goblins just ignore him. Later in a smithy, Orson explains everything to a blacksmith. Curiously, the man asks about the red goblins carrying iron. He explains that those are probably the ingredients they ordered. They have been selling the military a ton of weapons recently. He casually thanks to their lord's orders that they have been working 24 hours a day. Orson says that must be tiring. The smith confirms it, but thanks to that, they blacksmiths have been living like blacksmiths. He smiles with gratitude and thanks to their lord, he has been relit with the flames of passion. He reminds Orson to keep that a secret. The weapons they are making are being delivered secretly. Orson tells him that he doesn't even want to know and stops him from telling about it. Orson thought the changes that came up in the Caribia were just luck at first. However, with better management of irrigation facilities, it solved the problem of drought warriors. With better road systems, the management of the population influx was solved. The treatment of soldiers, establishment of new positions, and recruitment of new talent were improved. The soldiers who had left have acknowledged these changes and returned to the military. With all the work that Jared had done, they have given him a second chance. These men have stood by Jared and surpassed the monster invasion. They were the best of the best. The American army and the Runellan army just couldn't be compared. They have unmatched experience and skill. Orson proclaims those worthless men who couldn't even look them in the eye before. Meanwhile, 2 Runellan soldiers are begging for their lives. Orders of retreat in the Runellan force spread out. Batman calls Horgos an idiot as he couldn't even predict that the elite force of Caribia was hiding right there. He rushes back saying they have made an alliance in vain and suggests they retreat before Jared comes. Meanwhile, Horgos retreats as well with fear in his eyes. His left soldiers inform him that it's a mage. Terrified screams echo as they realize it's Jared. Horgos, shaken, mutters in disbelief that Jared has already caught up to them. In an instant he appears, hovering just a foot above Horgos, calmly asking if he's doing well. With a mocking smirk, Jared remarks that Horgos must be weaker than he thought, perhaps even weaker than Rakis. Enraged, Horgos shouts for Jared to stop flying around like a coward and fight him face to face. Jared, unbothered, begins casting a fire spell, warning Horgos that he should prepare to come down too. As Jared unleashes a torrent of fire on him, the American army rushes to defend their lord. With a devilish grin, Jared warns them to back off, his aura radiating menace. Horgos, choking on smoke, coughs as Jared strides toward him, coldly stating that he knew from the beginning that peace was a fantasy. He accuses Ronella and Marika of quietly plotting their next attack on Cribia all along. Horgos, in disbelief, mutters that it can't be true. But Jared silences him with a barrage of magic, striking him with powerful spells to keep him quiet. He continues, detailing how Horgos schemed to take everything from Cribia's lands, and vows that he will ensure no more of Horgos' people suffer from his evil deeds. With a final burst of energy, Jared summons lightning, sending streams of power crashing into Horgos. He promises to cleanse the land of Marika, ensuring no trace of Horgos' tyranny remains, and finishes with lightning spears, declaring that he will purify Horgos' territory for good. Bleeding and racked with pain, Horgos lets out an inhuman laugh, taunting Jared and asking if he truly believes this will end here. Jared, unfazed, replies calmly that while he may make mistakes from time to time, there's one thing he knows for certain: he's still better than Horgos. In a fit of rage, Horgos yells his name, but Jared cuts him off, driving a sword from Horgos' knee deep into the ground. Horgos screams in agony, his body trembling as he struggles to endure the pain. Jared coldly remarks that this should be enough to relieve Horgos' anger. Bleeding from his nose and mouth, Horgos sneers, asking if Jared thinks this will all end with his death. He smiles grotesquely, warning that once the Empire's Knight General hears of this, he will bring his forces to avenge him. Jared, undeterred, pulls out the Book of Paradiso and holds it up before Horgos, asking if he even knows what it is. Jared opens the book and flips through the pages, saying that Count Byrox, whom Horgos mentioned, won't come. In pain, Horgos asks, surprised, how Jared knows his name. Jared reveals that he has spent countless nights writing diligently, making personal notes about people and events. While doing so, he discovered that Horgos and the Count were related. Jared laughs madly, making jokes about killing him. He closes the book and gazes at Horgos, asking if he really thinks a general from the Atima Empire would come to save his nephew. He explains that it's impossible to travel through dozens of territories, cross 5,000 kilometers, and pass through 4 kingdoms. Jared asks if Horgos truly believes the general would grieve over his nephew's death and seek vengeance. He adds that to someone as power-hungry as the general, a nephew like Horgos is just an eyesore, and no one will mourn him. In fact, they will feel relieved. Jared smirks and mocks Horgos, saying his life is worthless. He tells Horgos not to worry and that he has prepared far more thoroughly than him. Jared surrounds them in a circle of magic water and offers Horgos his last words. In a rage, Horgos stabs out with his sword, calling Jared a scoundrel. Jared directs the water toward him, drowning him. He says it was an evil will that drove him and that he will listen to the rest in the afterlife. Jared gently touches Horgos' statue and shatters it. The game notifies Jared that his first successful defense has been completed, and he earns 50 charms as a reward. The value of his territory increases by 50% regardless of internal affairs. Jared leans back and stares at the Maorican soldiers, who, scared, surrender. The remaining Maorican soldiers are stripped of their gear, surrendering entirely. It was an easy victory. Jared, however, doesn't indulge in his success. Instead, he advances, disguised as a Maorican. From the beginning, his single goal was clear: to take control of both Marika and Ronella. In the end, Marika fell, and within a single day, the leadership changed hands. Jared looks at the points table, considering affairs related to farming, business, public order, science, and loyalty. He muses that Caribia, now no longer a subservient nation, might be considered weak, but it's an independent one. Rakis asks what Jared plans to do next, noting that Ronella has no fortresses near Caribia, making it unlikely they can defend themselves. Jared confirms this and instructs Rakis to prepare for battle, adding that, in the end, wars are won by the side with the greater numbers. He suggests they make their way to Ronella. However, Jared's ambitious plan is interrupted by an unexpected visitor. In Batman's reception room, General Karp of Mysteria Territory informs them that Lord Horgos, the mastermind behind the war, has died by Jared's hand and that Mayorica has been conquered. Karp adds that they have eliminated the cause and produced fine results. Jared, however, disagrees, staring at Batman and saying he doesn't think only one person was responsible. Batman coughs and mentions Lord Karp. Karp smiles, stating that if that's the case, Lord Batman ought to agree to pay a compensation fee. Batman looks disappointed, but Karp continues, saying that, as a pacifist who loves peace, he would never want to see neighboring territories consumed by the terror of war. Jared, using his mind eye, muses that Karp is clearly looking for an opportunity to attack Ranella while pretending to be peace-loving. Karp asks Batman if he agrees, to which Batman, feeling glad, responds, yes. Suddenly, Jared yells and casts an ice storm spell, followed by flame arrows, lightning arrows, and fireballs. Karp emerges from the smoke without a scratch and draws his sword, slicing Jared in half. Jared, in his thoughts, tells himself to calm down. He realizes that Karp is a rank B tank, so there's no way his magic would harm him. Karp, the leader of a central territory with a military twice the size of Caribia's, laughs, asking Jared if he agrees. Jared understands and reflects on the impossibility of fighting General Karp. Karp laughs, calling Jared a kind-hearted man. Jared, however, contemplates his broader strategic objective, advancing from the northern continent to the central one. To achieve that, he must pass through Mysteria territory and, as part of his plan, resolve to eliminate Karp. At night, while Lena is sleeping tirelessly, Ella enjoys the candlelight and pours wine in glass. She exhales in relief and thinks that is the best time of day. Suddenly, she notices Chloe there and asks the reason for wandering so late. She casually remarks that she wants some fresh air. Worried, Ella asked her if the war is burdenizing her because she was distracted all day. Chloe looks disappointed and sits beside her, stating that she was wondering why Lord Jared didn't ask for any help. Ella dismisses her worries and passes a smile, saying he just hired me to teach Lena, and he probably didn't want to ask a guest to protect his land. Worried, Chloe adds that Caribia is about to be overrun by the enemy. Ella takes a sip and says it seems Lord Jared was preparing for this war for a while, and now they are only looking for results. Chloe agrees a bit and utters that Lord Jared is looking out in the future. She reveals that while she had plenty of opportunities to talk to Lord Jared, he also asked her if she is doing good. He asked her why she was out laboring in this filthy world since most of the Grey Elves better themselves in the safety of their territory. She tells her that he knew about the gruesome end. She adds that her father saw it at the hands of those black orcs. Curiously, Ella inquires if the Grey Elves are not the only ones that know all about this, and that she knows this because Chloe told her. She even gave her advice to not just seek revenge on the black orcs, but to look at the bigger picture. Curiously, Ella mutters that he is quite the person and how he knows all about this. Chloe casually remarks that she wants to know that too. Ella walks away with the bottle of wine, saying that they have plenty of time left in Caribbean territory, and instructs her to keep an eye on Jared if she is interested. Chloe understands it. Ella adds to inform her if she feels something else too. Chloe turns her blushing face and asks her to wait. She watches Ella dancing and mentions Jared to ask if he wanted a glass of wine. Ella looks glad, saying freedom is the best. Chloe tells her with a straight face that is the reason for all nasty rumors about her. Meanwhile, in Mayorica, at the backstreet alley, Frua furiously shatters the wine bottle. He calls Horgos an idiot that he died while dragging so many soldiers to death. He can't believe that he spent all that money on him. He reveals that they are leaving and instructs his bunch of army to immediately gather the money and all the valuable things. Coming out of the mansion, Frua claims that their trading routes are secured, so they just have to prepare for the future after shifting to Ranella. Sacred, his assassin, alerts him to look to his left. Frua gets shocked to witness Jared there. Jared greets him and asks where he is rushing. Frua casually remarks that he is moving due to his new job. Jared uses his mind eye and reveals that Frua is in possession of the artifact, Terror of Mahart level 3, and also has Space Warping Clock. Frua grabs his clock, saying he has no spare time to humor them. Jared instantly streams spells on him, saying he is also busy taking Frua and his buddies down. Frua activates the artifact, Space Warping Clock, and surrounds themselves with a shield. The stream of Jared's attack slows down in that shield area. Reikis wonderfully asks if Frua is a mage too. Jared dismisses his worries, revealing that it's an effect of the artifact. He adds that Frua can slow down magic in a 20-meter area. Jared muses that an artifact can't affect 5th-class magic, but he is still a 4th-class magician. He walks towards Frua's shield, musing whether he likes it or not to land an effective blow, but he has to be within 20 meters of him. Jared undoubtedly passes through the shield. Frua asks him if he wants to fight that close. Jared, with a serious tone, warns him that it's the end of an infamous drug cartel. Frua asks if he wants to catch him as soon as the war is over. He mocks Jared, saying if he is tired. Eventually, he asks him to forget everything, suggesting to do some business. He asks him to turn blind eye towards them and proposes to give 3 times more money than Horgo's. He adds that he doesn't want to commence a war against the new lord in their territory. Furiously, Reikis mutters how dare he talk to his lord like that. Jared reflects that if he left Frua now, then the northern region of the Nas continent would fall under the influence of Detrahair. He adds that in the future, Lena would be known as the Impenetrable Wall, and Frua would be known as the right hand of the Demon King advisor, Tyrant. Jared laughs and casually remarks that they have to take down the likes of him to keep the dignity of America as a new territory. Frua takes out his sword, asking if negotiation is impossible. He warns Jared that he will put him to sleep now and asks if he is confident in beating Akron. The game notifies that his strength and wisdom will be doubled if his level is lower than his opponent. The conditions have been met and the 5th option of Deluxe bracelet will now be activated. A black aura is released from his bracelet. Nightmare artifact activates. Jared laughs inhumanly and asks Frua if he is ready for some sweet dreams. In the streets of Marika, tension thickens as Jared and Frua's armies face off, the clashing of weapons and the hum of magic reverberating through the air. At the heart of the battlefield stands Jared, eyes locked on his opponent. Without hesitation, Jared unleashes a volley of magical attacks, the air around him crackling with energy. Frua, agile and experienced, dodges with calculated precision, swiftly closing the distance between them. Before he can reach Jared, one of Jared's soldiers steps forward, raising a shield in a futile attempt to block his advance. The soldier declares that Frua will never reach his lord, but his confidence is misplaced. Jared, sensing the danger, calls out for the soldier to retreat, recognizing Frua's deadly intent. Yet the warning comes too late. With a single brutal strike, Frua's blade cleaves through the soldier's shield as though it were paper, the force of the blow driving the man to the ground. Frua uses the fallen body as leverage, propelling himself forward in a fierce bid to reach Jared. Reacting quickly, Jared summons a flash of light, blinding Frua momentarily. The mage wastes no time, following the distraction with a powerful spell that slams into Frua, forcing him to his knees. Blood trickles from Frua's mouth as he struggles to rise, his mind racing with disbelief. Jared's abilities in close combat are far beyond what he had anticipated. Though Jared is a mage, his spells are unnaturally fast, each one coming with a precision and speed that feels overwhelming, like facing 4 enemies at once. Frua begins to wonder if Jared is more than just a 4th-class mage, his power hinting at something far greater. Watching Frua struggle, Jared's expression remains composed, but a mocking satisfaction flickers in his eyes. He seems amused by Frua's reliance on his sword, an artifact clearly designed to counter magic. Jared has seen many warriors fall into this trap before, leaning too heavily on their tools, and Frua is no different. Though undeniably skilled, Frua's strength with the blade seems tied to his weapon. Without it, Jared silently muses, Frua's combat prowess would falter. This realization seems to fuel Frua's rage. His aura flares as he taps deeper into his raw strength, entering the 2nd stage of recklessness, his power growing more ferocious with each moment. Frua charges again, his strikes wild and furious, each one more desperate than the last. Jared retreats with precision, carefully maintaining the gap between them as he summons a fireball, hurling it straight at his advancing foe. Frua, unfazed, cuts through the fiery projectile with a swift motion and presses on, his sword gleaming in the dim light of the shattered city. But Jared is already a step ahead. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he casts a spell that sends the nearby buildings collapsing in on themselves, debris raining down to block Frua's advance. Frua nimbly dodges the falling rubble, his every movement drawing him closer to Jared's trap. As he nears, Frua swings his sword with lethal precision, slicing through Jared's overcoat with a single blow. But Jared is gone before Frua can land a second strike, already perched atop a nearby rooftop, eyes cold and calculating. Though Frua's speed is impressive, Jared knows he can push the battle further. Gathering a dark, swirling aura of black energy around him, he begins to chant. His voice echoes unnaturally as the magic builds. A low, cold laugh slips from his lips, the energy pulsing ominously. Then, with a burst of power, he unleashes a devastating combination of lightning and nightmare magic, the sheer force of the attack slamming into Frua. The impact is immense as he collapses under the assault, with bruises and scars appearing as dark magic rips through his flesh. Despite the pain, he refuses to yield. As the dust settles, Jared watches his opponent from above, his cold gaze assessing Frua's condition. There is no pity in his eyes, only a quiet acknowledgement of Frua's sword skills. Despite his raw power, he struggles to match a mage like Jared, especially one so skilled at controlling the battlefield. Frua's swordsmanship is impressive, each strike fast and powerful, but this advantage is useless against Jared. A twisted grin spreads across Frua's face as he taps into his third stage of recklessness. His aura flares with intensity, and his laughter echoes across the battlefield. Despite his pain and exhaustion, his rage pushes him forward, focused on defeating Jared. With his power at its peak, he vows to end the fight with one blow. He charges forward in a blur, closing the distance between them. Jared, confident in his control, is caught off guard by Frua's sudden speed. The warrior's aura crackles with energy as he aims his blade at his enemy. But Frua's recklessness becomes his downfall. Just as he reaches Jared, a blade materializes unexpectedly, piercing through Frua's chest. Jared's laughter fills the air as he steps back, mocking his enemy. Jared recounts how Diluc and Frua are like polar opposites when it comes to strength. While Diluc's power waned over time, Frua was on the up and up. Jared effortlessly dodged Diluc's predictable moves and chipped away at his health with some clever magic tricks. One slip-up could mean a game over though, but this tactical finesse doesn't quite cut it against Frua or Capri. In a predicament, Jared focuses on Frua's special knack for recklessness. It's like hitting the gas pedal, boosting physical prowess in stages. A godsend for Jared, whose stats are lacking. With a mischievous grin, Jared pokes fun at Frua, asking if that's all he's got with his artifact's power. He eggs him on to dash headlong into recklessness, taunting him about his claims of superiority over Akron. He asks if something is wrong and questions about being pushed back in close combat by a mage. He jokes to Frua that the sun might go up any minute if he drags this for a long time. It unfolds that Jared used space magic to stab Frua with his own blade after his judgment had been clouded over by recklessness. Frua had faltered in a way that he wouldn't have normally. Jared casually asks him if he has never heard to keep a cool head and a warm heart. He shows him a drug packet and remarks that countless people have died because of the drug Frua sold. He adds that those who shouldn't have money ended up with it. He thrusts the leaked packet in his mouth, saying that's a parting gift from him, something he knows Frua's like. With a serious tone, Jared remarks how they sold the poison so proudly, claiming anyone would die for the thrill it gave. As a poisonous foam bubbles from Frua's mouth, Jared declares his fate: execution by beheading for attempting an unforgivable crime that threatened the future of the nation and its people. The game notifies that the quest, Tiger Hunting, is complete, raising the loyalty and public order of Mayrica by 100 points. However, the warning persists. The deaths will continue if the root cause is not resolved. Jared's forces overwhelm Frua's soldiers. Rakis informs his lord that the remaining opposition has been subdued. Jared acknowledges that while Frua led the largest criminal syndicate in Mayrica, other organizations still linger. He orders a full cleanup before dawn, instructing his soldiers to take down any who resist without hesitation. This land will no longer be ruled by crime, Jared proclaims confidently. As daylight breaks, a weary Rakis reflects on Jared's leadership. He had always surpassed impossible odds with wisdom, but this time he had shown sharp decisiveness and quick action. Rakis muses that Jared now carries the aura of a rising emperor. The game notifies that Rakis' loyalty has skyrocketed, and with it his first awakening as his loyalty reaches 200 points. In the Lord's study, surrounded by piles of paperwork, Jared barely lifts a hand and, with a trembling voice, mutters about the mess before him. Out of breath, He admits he doesn't have time to wrestle with so much administration. Reading through the papers, Jared notes 2 tasks: raiding the ancient tombs around Mayarika to gain more power, and finding an expert who can mine Chaldia, an underground resource stronger than iron, set to be discovered in 13 years. If they acquire it first, Mayarika will dominate in weaponry. Exhausted, Jared collapses onto the table, muttering that it's all too much and Horgos must have tricked him. He wonders how he's supposed to handle all this. Suddenly, he remembers Hayes, who had helped him when he first arrived in Caribia. Jared smiles, confident he can rely on her again. Later during a talent hunt, Jared reveals that today's focus is finding individuals who can help run Mayarika. The first contestant, Tonio, demonstrates a strong aptitude for assisting with political duties. Jared is thrilled, certain that with Tonio's help, Mayarika will see reform. However, the game exiles Tonio, revealing that he was secretly Horgos's advisor. The second contestant, Katie, a young woman with a sharp business instinct, steps forward next. With a straight face, Jared dismisses Katie, saying it's a shame, but he'll have to make do with what's available. Once again, the game rejects the contestant, revealing she was exiled for requesting a budget from Horgos. The final contestant, Marklin, is skilled and cooperative, so Jared, exhausted, decides to move forward with him. Yet again, the game intervenes, revealing that Marklin had fled the night Horgos died. Jared is left dumbfounded, muttering, "What is wrong with Mayarika? Not a single capable person here." Defeated, he admits it's the first time his wisdom and mind's eye have failed him. He briefly considers calling on Oberon and Avila, but quickly dismisses the idea. They're busy with Caribia. A new notification appears. 5 workers from the Labor Department have quit due to extreme complaints from the head of Labor, and another 5 from the Commerce Department have left because the head of Commerce hasn't paid them in 3 months. Concerned, Raikus arrives with news. There's a problem in Divani, a village in the southwest of Mayarika. Jared confirms its location. Raikus explains that a leader was recently assigned there, but reports suggest he's done no real work. Desperate villagers approach Raikus, begging for help, claiming their leader spends his days drawing obscene pictures and drinking. With a stern expression, Jared mutters that despite holding such an important position, the leader has learned nothing. His aura flares as he enters stage 4 of recklessness, ordering Raikus to prepare for a visit to Divani to hand out some discipline. Upon arriving, they're guided by an old man to a room. In a fit of rage, Jared kicks the door open, shattering it instantly. Raikus steps forward, warning the village leader Julian to show himself immediately. Raikus's teammates blushingly watch obscene pictures on the walls and say that they are so vibrant. Furiously, Raikus asks them to be quiet. The floor is covered with empty bottles of wine. Sitting in dim light, a man with a mug inquires about their identities. Furiously, Raikus asks if he is Julian. Jared uses his mind eye and reflects that he has seen multiple talents and all of them enhancing their own unique skills. Even if it was a little late, he made sure they could develop their talents as early as possible. Out of all the people Jared has seen so far, this guy is not anything normal. He adds that Julian is closest to perfection. Julian confirms his identity and asks if there is any matter. The game notifies that Julian's wisdom has risen with a powerful synergy from his special qualities. Jared excuses Raikus for a moment. Jared muses that Julian is hiding his thoughts and is so skilled. With a serious tone, Jared asks why he hasn't done anything for the village and if he hasn't paid for it. Julian casually replies that he doesn't think he is something to handle such trivial work. He drinks beer, saying he is not someone who should be at such an insignificant village. Furiously, Raikus tries to take out his sword and warns him that how dare he speak such nonsense. Jared sits with Julian and gently asks if he thinks that he doesn't fit for this work. Julian confirms it. Jared smiles and asks him to tell the truth. He asks if Julian doesn't want to do it or that he can't do it. Julian looks at him blankly for a while and casually replies that he doesn't want to do it. Jared smiles and asks if he can prove his words. Julian smiles back and asks if he supervises him from this side. He calls out a boy and orders him to gather all the past documents, even small civil cases. He commits to review all the cases. The boy understands it. Julian stands by the wall and requests Jared and others to help him take down those pictures. Uncomfortably, he reveals that he draws them, and without a second thought, sticks them on the wall. They start removing the pictures from walls. Different cases appear there. Just then an old lady enters with her calf. Julian asks if she said her calf is not growing properly. He advises her to make sure she hasn't been feeding it too little or not weaving it soon enough. A lady and a man enter. Julian tells them that fewer grains will be processed if the pay for the labor of milling grains grows too much. He adds the pay will be decreased by 1/16. He solves another case that something is wrong with the queen bee if the population of bees has decreased in a hive. They will reach a different hive themselves if they destroy that hive. Julian says aloud that it seems that there is someone embezzling the money earned from the harvest. Rakus wonderfully asks if there was someone like that. Observing his intelligence, Jared reflects that Julian has done a month's worth of work in half a day. Eventually, Julian informs them that all the pending cases are solved and that they can leave now. Jared orders his soldiers to leave. Jared and Julian sit with each other. Jared laughs and says he can understand now why he was so confident. Julian apologizes to him for not paying attention in managing this village. Julian tries to explain that he was merely procrastinating and that finishing his tasks wouldn't take much time. Jared, amused, laughs and tells Julian that he has done well in leading him there. He then asks if Julian now understands what kind of man he truly is. Julian nods, admitting that he disfigured Jared out, and hesitantly asks for one request: to note his lord's dream. A flashback follows where a man questions how an adult could still think about dreams. Another man laughs, acknowledging Jared's skills, but pointing out that every man has a destiny, and Jared seems arrogant for a commoner. Horkus then enters the scene, laughing as he talks about the nation's growth. He explains that he brought Jared into the fold because of his perfect score on the Empire Management tests, but remarks that it seems vanity is what truly drives him. Julian reflects that a leader's ambition should always surpass the combined ambitions of their people. Despite serving such powerful individuals as his lord, he feels insignificant in comparison. Jared then reveals his dream to become the hero of the entire Nas continent. He adds that his true goal is to be the world's hero, not just a nameless lord of a small territory. Curious, Julian asks if Jared is being truthful. Jared, with a playful smile, questions if he seems like the type to lie or if he's unworthy of becoming a hero. Julian pours beer into 2 glasses and admits that for a long time he has wanted someone he could look up to. He adds that it's not the fault of a vassal if their lord is looked down upon by their own followers. They toast, and Julian challenges Jared to either become an earl or lead a conglomerate of territories by the end of the year, proving his dream is real. Jared accepts the challenge, laughing as he asks if Julian is ready to supervise him. Julian bursts into laughter, declaring that he would never lead the side of a lord who has earned his full respect. However, he adds that if Jared fails, he will walk away without hesitation. Jared confidently cheers with him, vowing that they will be together for eternity, and appoints Julian as the executive head in charge of Mayarika's internal affairs. Meanwhile, in Caribia, Hayes, exhausted, mutters to herself, wondering when Jared will return to his mansion. She overhears Orson mention that it's clear Jared plans to instate a single vassal as the executive head to manage the entire territory. Furious, Avila insists they leave for Mayarika immediately, having seen the situation for themselves. Oberyn turns to Hayes and asks if she will join them in greeting the Lord. Hayes, excited, confirms with a smile. In the Lord's office in Mayarika, Jared reflects on how the territory stabilized quickly after Julian took over as the executive head. For the past week, Jared has essentially lived in the office, pushing himself to match the hard work Julian was putting in. Hayes enters, bringing tea made from the Carlicas flower. Blushing, she mentioned she brought it because she heard it was good for dieting. Jared, looking uncomfortable, muses that he's abandoned the idea of dieting. Worried, Hayes asks if he's tired and offers to give him a shoulder massage. Julian notices the exchange and smiles, advising Jared to take some rest, reminding him that restlessness can negatively affect his abilities. Jared insists he's fine, but Julian dismisses his concerns, bowing and stating that he'll return after meeting with other vassals. Jared then reveals that his vassals in Caribia had heard rumors about Mayarika's new leadership and came to see for themselves, initially worried that a young officer might mismanage the territory. However, they ended up praising Julian after recognizing his skills. Jared invites Hayes to join him for a drink, but she instantly refuses, saying she couldn't possibly sit with her lord. He reassures her, saying not to worry about formalities when they're alone. Blushing, Hayes reluctantly agrees, and Jared pours her tea. Suddenly, Jared asks Hayes if she would ever consider giving up being a maid. Startled, she spills the tea on herself and, with a trembling voice, asks what he means. Her eyes widen as she questions whether he's saying she's a failure as a maid, overthinking the situation and wondering if she's being fired because the mansion is already cleaned or if it's due to her lack of skills. Jared calms her down, explaining that he used magic to clean the mansion himself and that she doesn't need to worry. He then uses magic to clean her shirt, remarking that there will be times when he needs to use such spells. He tells her she could stop being a maid and take a higher position now that she's a skilled healer. Innocently, Hayes responds that she doesn't want another maid to take care of Jared. Frustrated, Jared shouts, asking if she can't follow his orders. She responds that she'll quit healing if she has to quit being a maid. At that moment, Jared's pendant starts glowing with a green aura, causing both of them to look at it curiously. After a few seconds, it falls back onto the table. Hayes asks about the pendant, and Jared explains that it was an artifact confiscated from a criminal. He grabs it and reveals its name, Tears of Mahart 3. He adds that while it raises one's base stats by 25, its true purpose is to serve as a key to the ancient catacombs beneath Mayarika. Excited, he asks Hayes if she's ready to go explore a place he's wanted to visit ever since arriving in Mayarika. He praises her for being better with directions than him, to which she calmly agrees. Meanwhile, in the small town of Moralis in the kingdom of Lentus, a postman knocks on Belton's door to deliver a letter. Belton, a traveler, receives the letter, and the postman asks if he knows anything about large packages. Belton glances at the name and wonders if he knows the person who sent it. After exchanging pleasantries, Belton sits down, places a sack of gold coins on the table, and begins reading the letter, which is from Jared. In the letter, Jared introduces himself as a recently promoted 5th-class mage and asks for Belton's guidance in how to proceed further in his magical studies. Belton picks up a gold coin, muttering to himself, wondering if Jared expects him to accept the gold as payment and come to his aid. Revealing himself as Belhard, a 9th-class Grand Mage, he finds it odd that Jared would address him as Belton. He contemplates the letter for a moment, recognizing that while Jared's words were strange, they indicate that he's indeed advanced to the 5th class. Even geniuses, Belhard reflects, often struggle with the steps needed to reach the next level of magic. Suddenly, he recalls Jared as Barrett's useless son, surprised that Jared tracked him down. Belhard dismisses the idea of visiting just yet, stating that a Grand Mage should maintain some sense of grandeur. Back in the heart of a dense, dark forest, Hayes nervously mentions how creepy the atmosphere feels. Jared reassures her, brushing off her concerns, saying there are no villains around. She remains uneasy, noting that it feels unsettling. Jared reveals that during the development of the game they're in, no one was given a clue about the location of the ancient catacombs. He recalls how, when everyone was about to give up, someone spotted the location in a reflection on a developer's monitor and a social media post. Standing in front of a large, seemingly normal tree, Jared informs her that the entrance is right there, adding that the only odd thing is how green the trees are. Suddenly, the sand beneath them shifts, taking the shape of a giant soul. With a serious tone, Jared orders Hayes to stay 5 steps behind him. The soul demands to know who dares enter its catacombs. Jared confidently responds, addressing the spirit as Mahart. The spirit, surprised, remarks that a cursed one from another world has appeared before him. Jared stands frozen as Maharat commands him to disperse immediately, revealing a shocking truth. The world will end the moment their curse resonates. Stunned by the revelation, Jared questions whether he truly knows him or if this is just another moment borrowed from the game. He wonders if Maharat is addressing the real version of him, hidden within his body, as the lines between reality and the game blur in his mind. Despite the weight of the warning, Jared presses for answers, wanting to understand why this has been revealed to him. However, Maharat's fury grows, demanding Jared not to disturb his slumber. Jared notes how little has changed in Maharat's demeanor since their interactions in the game and realizes he's unlikely to get anything further from him now. He conjures magic balls, thinking to himself that perhaps they should meet again later, but for now, it's time to leave. Before he can turn away, Maharat, noticing his preparations, delivers a grim warning. Jared has chosen death. Without hesitation, Jared unleashes the magic balls. The blasts hit their mark, and he begins to vanish, leaving behind the entrance to a hidden cave. Hayes, standing behind him, marvels at the sight of the newly revealed opening. He quickly suggests they move forward, and together, they step into the cave under the shelter of an ancient towering green tree. Later, in the study of Mayurika's mansion, Jared focuses intently on a series of maps. Hayes approaches, her curiosity piqued, and she questions whether anything has been overlooked. He reassures her, acknowledging her work with appreciation and praising her map-drawing abilities. He reflects on how she developed this skill while following her father in her younger years. Clearly pleased by his praise, she blushes and modestly shares her pride in her craft. Shifting focus to practical matters, he asks about the arrival of Mary, the head chef. Hayes informs him that Mary is expected to arrive in 2 days, delayed by unfinished business. Undeterred, Jared asks her if she can prepare a meal for him in the meantime. She eagerly accepts, rushing off with excitement to cook for her lord. As she hurries away, Jared smiles, amused by her boundless energy, though he worries about her overenthusiasm at times. His thoughts return to the catacombs, where he and Hayes have explored almost half of the safe areas. They have avoided the dangerous parts, yet he knows there's much more to uncover. He reflects on the cryptic nature of the place and its connection to Maharat's ancient tomb, also known as the Mirror Dungeon. Access to the dungeon only comes after defeating Frua, the Demon King's advisor, a figure who rose to power through stolen artifacts from this very place. He remembers the dungeon's notorious reputation for being impossible to find. Its location was revealed only due to a developer's error, which triggered a rush of guilds eager to be the first to clear it. At first, they believed the dungeon would be easy to conquer, but reality proved far more brutal. The first teams to challenge it were utterly annihilated, unable even to approach the final boss. In response, several guilds united, pooling their resources to try again, only to meet the same fate. The shock only deepened when a small, lesser-known guild managed to clear the dungeon, stunning the rest. Jared knows that what lies ahead of him now is no simple task. Everything he's done so far pales in comparison to the challenge Maharat presents. A single mistake could cost him his life, and he steels himself, knowing he must be prepared in both mind and body. In the days that follow, Hayes quietly observes Jared's strange behavior. She notices how he's taken to cleaning areas of the manor under the guise of training, stockpiling unused weapon artifacts, and sketching, claiming it as part of his studies. Though confused by his actions, she dismisses her concerns, trusting that he must have a purpose behind his unusual habits. At one point, Aki approaches him, curious about his recent interest in drawing. Jared hands over a collection of Julian's drawings, asking him to find a buyer for them. Julian's somewhat scandalous artwork has accumulated, and Jared feels it's time to offload them. Blushing, Aki agrees to look for a suitable buyer. Jared, intrigued by Julian's hobby, asks why he's taken up drawing. Julian laughs and reveals he's had extra free time at night. This puzzles Jared, as Julian shouldn't have such freedom without Sage Gorgeous's necklace, which grants additional hours in the day. He wonders if this is some kind of bug in the system. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of a soldier, informing Jared of a carriage from Caribia. He orders the soldier to inform the guests about his arrival. As he prepares to leave, he calls for Hayes, who runs to his side eagerly. She assists him in donning his armor, but looks disappointed as she asks if he is returning to the ruins they had explored together. He confirms this but explains that fewer people are needed for the exploration this time. Hayes lowers her gaze, expressing her concern and hoping he won't go if it's truly dangerous. Jared shares her concern internally, knowing the reality of the situation. This isn't a game, and he can't simply revive if things go wrong. Still, he remains resolute. He needs the reward from the Mirror Dungeon, and for that he has chosen to bring the strongest fighters he knows. Descending the stairs, he is greeted by Isabel, who remarks on his lateness, reminding him that it's rude to keep a lady waiting. Ella, standing beside her, offers a more measured greeting, noting how long it's been since they last met. Jared prepares himself mentally for the dangerous journey ahead, knowing there's no room for error. Jared and his team stand at the entrance of the dungeon, its ominous aura heavy in the air. Isabel turns to him for confirmation, and he nods, stating that this is indeed the place. He adds that he's already explored the dungeon's interior, so all they need to do now is follow the map. Confident, she suggests they finish this quickly and return home. Chloe, however, feels uncertain and voices her doubts. She understands the presence of the others, Isabel, a powerful sorcerer and teacher, and Ella, a master swordsman, but she questions her own role in the raid. Jared reassures her, stating that she is the most important person there, though she remains perplexed by his words. As they proceed deeper into the dark labyrinth of the dungeon, Ella voices her thoughts to him. Despite her distaste for both the Demon Kingdom and the Church of Darkness, she reveals her concerns. She wonders if he is there out of curiosity about the powers of darkness. Jared dispels her worries, explaining that his sole interest lies in the artifact, not in the strength of darkness. She seems relieved by his response, commenting that if his intentions were otherwise, they might have found themselves on opposing sides. Though uneasy, he agrees, inwardly noting her deep devotion to the light. He wonders if this is still before she begins to question her allegiance. As they venture deeper, Isabel points out a path ahead where the dim lighting begins to brighten. Jared informs the group that this indicates they are nearing the end of the labyrinth. Beyond it lies the real challenge. Chambers they must pass, each requiring a new test to progress. They prepare for the raid as the first obstacles come into view. Clay soldiers standing guard at the gate. With a serious tone, he instructs Isabel to execute the strategy they had discussed earlier. She immediately understands, lowering herself to one knee as she channels a black aura, releasing it across the floor like a creeping shadow. The dark energy slithers toward the soldiers, capturing their attention. The moment they sense the aura, the clay soldiers abandon their post and rush toward her, ignoring the others entirely. As they draw near, Jared acts swiftly, casting a barrage of magic that shatters the soldiers into dust, leaving behind 2 purple stones where they once stood. Accustomed to battle, Isabel seems impressed and asks aloud why the soldiers targeted her so aggressively. Jared explains that clay soldiers instinctively pursue dark mages and sorcerers first, speculating that it might have something to do with familiar magic. With the gatekeepers defeated, he picks up the stones and suggests they use disguises from here on out. He hands the magic stones to Chloe and Isabel, ensuring their disguises are in place before proceeding. They enter the tomb under the guise of clay soldiers, their heads concealed beneath clay masks. As they step inside, Isabel is taken aback by the sheer number of soldiers within the tomb's walls. Ella, equally amazed, remarks on the magnitude of the army, estimating their numbers to be in the thousands. She wonders aloud how Jared could have known about such a hidden force lying beneath the land. Brushing aside their amazement, he reassures them that the disguises will hold as long as they keep their appearances in line with the soldiers around them. Moving through the sea of clay warriors, Jared reflects on the earlier raid. He recalls how the previous team had been overwhelmed by the sheer volume of soldiers, over 3,000 at the time, resulting in a chaotic and brutal defeat. The group was unprepared for the enemy's numbers, and they fell into a confused and desperate battle. His team, however, is far smaller, making them less suspicious. Moreover, thanks to Chloe's expertly crafted masks, which enhance the effectiveness of the disguise, they pass unnoticed through the massive army. She remarks on the excitement of the raid, her voice carrying a playful energy. Jared, unable to see her expression through the mask, muses silently about her unpredictable demeanor. He reminds the group that a significant battle lies ahead in one of the chambers and tells her that he'll be relying on her when the time comes. As they venture further into the tomb, tension rises. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts, and a massive clay figure looms before them. Its presence is different from the others. A weighty, ancient aura surrounds it. Isabel observes that the figure feels similar to the undead but different in some unsettling way. He clarifies that these creatures aren't born of black magic but rather out of curses. He explains that before Mahart, the monarch, entered his long slumber, he cursed his subjects to attain a form that would not age. However, the curse came at a cost. Many lost their original appearances, their bodies morphing into the clay figures that now populate the dungeon. Ella, horrified, realizes that these clay figures were once the citizens of Mahart's kingdom. She remarks on the monarch's cruelty, noting that he doesn't seem like a particularly admirable ruler. He adds that some of the figures retained fragments of their original bodies, making them especially dangerous. The massive clay figure before them, having retained its eyes, observes them keenly. Its gaze is piercing, scrutinizing every movement. Suddenly, without warning, the figure launches itself into the air, smashing into the ground with tremendous force, causing the floor beneath them to crack. The team braces for battle as the chamber shakes under the impact of the figure's attack. Jared knows that this encounter is only the beginning. The real test is still ahead, and one mistake could cost them everything. As soon as the massive clay figure lunges at them, Jared reacts swiftly, taking hold of Isabel and flying them out of harm's way. Chloe, concerned for her teacher, quickly checks on her. Ella reassures Chloe that Isabel is fine, though the massive creature's sudden attack clearly catches everyone off guard. Isabel, still amazed by the size and speed of the clay warrior, voices her astonishment at the sheer force behind its assault. Jared, however, is troubled, proclaiming that something is wrong. This attack shouldn't have happened, and he begins to question if the dungeon itself has changed, morphing into something far more real than what they initially anticipated. Before he can process the situation further, the clay warrior jumps again, aiming to grab them. Jared instinctively flies away, dodging the attack by mere inches. From below, Ella shouts for the others to stay clear of the clay warrior. She quickly unsheathes her sword and strikes with magic. Her spell sends the warrior crashing against the dungeon wall, but to their collective shock, the clay figure remains unfazed. Equally shocked, she mutters in disbelief, acknowledging that the creature's resistance to electricity is far more than she anticipated. The clay warrior turns, charging toward them once again with relentless speed. Undeterred, Ella smiles madly, gripping her sword tighter as she prepares for another strike. She seems eager to test the creature's strength, curious to see how tough it truly is. However, Jared calls out in an authoritative tone, shouting, "Hail Mahart!" The unexpected command stops the clay warrior in its tracks. It ceases its attack, now standing still and curiously observing him. Without warning, the creature calmly turns and retreats, causing no further harm. Ella, bewildered by the turn of events, questions him about the strange magic that seemed to control the clay warrior's movements. Jared explains that it was no ordinary combat doll, but one enhanced by invincibility through a rare and powerful curse. The clay dolls in this dungeon, he adds, are built with ancient curses that make them nearly impervious to harm. However, these curses come with severe side effects, and in rare cases like this one, the dolls become invincible under certain conditions. He muses that the chances of this happening are minuscule, less than 1%, but with their group of 4, the probability increased slightly. Even so, it was still a rare occurrence, one he had nearly forgotten to account for. Ella presses further, curious about the concept of invincibility. Jared removes his mask as he continues his explanation. He reveals that although these clay dolls are imbued with incredible strength, their curses come with limitations. The dolls may be bound to specific areas, and if their creator dies, they perish as well. Others, like the one they just encountered, suffer from diminished intelligence, unable to differentiate between friend and foe, attacking everything in sight. To prevent this, creators often install passcodes to control their creations. In this case, the passcode was Hail Mahart, a secret Jared had discovered through his experiments. He suggests they move forward, and the group proceeds deeper into the tomb. The air grows heavier with tension as they enter the sanctum, where an ominous voice greets them. The voice belongs to the chief priest of the Emperor, a being with 2 distinct personalities, sun and moon, sharing the same body. With a confident tone, Jared acknowledges the priest's presence, remarking that they have entered the sacred sanctuary of their monarch. The priest, switching between the personalities of sun and moon, responds with disdain. Sun politely invites the group to enjoy themselves, while Moon furiously condemns them as disrespectful intruders. With the priest's command, the soldiers guarding the sanctum begin to stir. Jared, maintaining his composure, instructs Ella and Chloe to follow the plan they had devised earlier. Sun orders the soldiers to strengthen their defenses and welcome the intruders with force. Moon, more aggressive, uses magic to increase the soldiers' agility, commanding them to kill the intruders. The soldiers, however, bypass Ella and immediately target Isabel. Startled, she runs away, bewildered by their relentless pursuit. Chloe draws her sword and charges toward the priest, determined to break through the defenses. As she nears the priest, he merges his soldiers into a massive beak-shaped creature and furiously lashes out at her. She nimbly dodges the attack, moving in to pierce the priest's body. Her strike lands, causing pain to the son's personality, who winces and complains to Moon about the injury. Moon, furious, chastises Sun for his incompetence, blaming him for their vulnerability. Ella, observing the chaos, remarks on the priest's use of dark power and questions their devotion to their subjects. She mocks them, asking if the clay warriors they command were not once their own people. Moon, enraged by her indications, retorts that slaves could never attain the status of subjects. To him, they are merely tools for the service of their monarch. Ella, undeterred, continues to taunt him, suggesting that Mahart likely views him as a tool as well. Moon, his composure breaking, furiously denies her accusations. In his rage, he becomes disoriented, and Chloe seizes the opportunity. With a swift motion, she separates Moon from Sun, piercing his body and further weakening their connection. Ella, ever the provocateur, mocks the priest for crumbling so easily under verbal pressure. She draws her knife and, with precision, eliminates Moon, solidifying their victory over the once formidable foe. In the aftermath, she reflects on how Jared's strategy to exploit their enemies' insecurities was key to their success. It proves that using psychological tactics was the right approach. She calls out to him, asking if he has finished with his side of the battle. Meanwhile, Jared and Isabel stand near the subdued Sun. With a playful yet commanding air, Isabel places her foot on the priest's body and taunts him, offering him a chance to serve her instead of the rotting king he once worshipped. Blushing and weakened, Sun submits to her will, obediently following her commands. 3 hours and 29 chambers into the dungeon raid, the team stands on the brink of victory, with only 2 chambers remaining. Ella, reflecting on the raid so far, finds it fascinating. Jared possesses an almost impossibly precise knowledge of the tomb, guiding them through each encounter with uncanny foresight. He even accounts for Chloe's relative inexperience, assigning her manageable yet critical tasks, leaving Ella with surprisingly little to do. She muses aloud, half amused, that while she's making easy money thanks to him and his disciple, Chloe is steadily growing stronger. She's starting to feel like a glorified pack mule. Grabbing a bag of loot, she mutters that even if she's here as a guard, this is a bit much. The group now stands in front of a large, ominous door. Jared, his voice steady, reveals the next challenge. Behind the door waits a single-armed soldier. The plan, he explains, is simple. They will aim to flank him and attack from behind. If they deal enough damage, they should be able to defeat him. Isabel, curious, asks if that's really all there is to it. He reflects for a moment before adding that, even in the game, this monster had single-handedly pushed back entire allied guilds. Cheap tricks won't work here. They open the door and step confidently into the chamber. A lone, silent figure sits before them, Mahart's armed soldier, the Gold Hawk. The game notifies them of his presence, warning that his stats will increase in proportion to the number of intruders. The air thickens as Hawk, sensing their presence, rises to his feet. His voice booms through the chamber, commanding them not to disturb his master's slumber. The sheer force of his aura sends a wave of unease through the team. Isabel, feeling the intensity of his power, muses that it's as though Hawk's presence is swallowing them whole. Hawk's fury intensifies as he calls out to the chief priest, Sun, denouncing him for failing to keep the intruders at bay. The priest, clearly fearful, tries to justify his failure, but before Sun can utter another word, Hawk's retaliation is swift and brutal. Chloe, standing to the side, gasps in shock at the sudden, violent execution. Hawk, now towering over the group, coldly declares that betrayal shall never be forgiven, no matter the reason. He warns that those who serve the Lord must be prepared to lay down their lives without question. Jared, keeping his composure, forms a fireball in his hand. His voice serious, he informs the team of the plan. He will distract Hawk for exactly 10 seconds, and during that time, the others must attack from behind. With that, he hurls the fireball at Hawk. The attack barely phases him. Unscathed, Hawk proclaims that any who ignore his warning shall face death. Jared, undeterred, warns the others to remain vigilant because Hawk is incredibly strong. He casts a barrage of magic missiles infused with nightmares at Hawk, but the soldier's defense remains impenetrable. Hawk lunges at him, launching a series of swift, deadly strikes. Jared dodges each blow with precise, blink-like movements, narrowly escaping the full force of Hawk's one-strike kill abilities. He knows Hawk's affinity for such strikes, which momentarily amplifies his power to a lethal degree, means that even a graze could be fatal. He reflects on Hawk's abilities. He is faster than Frua and tougher than Capri. But this time, Jared is not alone. Suddenly, Chloe thrusts her sword into the enemy's neck. The pain briefly weakens him, and he snarls, calling her a cowardly assassin. Enraged, Hawk shouts that she, a vermin who has long posed a threat to the throne, should not exist. He swings his weapon at her, but she deftly dodges the attack, her agility catching him off guard. Isabel follows up with a spell, casting a black aura that envelopes Hawk. With fury in her voice, she declares that he made a grave mistake in trying to dispose of her slave. Hawk's vision begins to fade, realizing too late that they had a sorcerer among them. As Hawk staggers, his mind races. He reflects on the strategy Jared had employed. He had let his guard down when Jared cast the first fireball, assuming it was a frontal assault. But it was merely a distraction. Jared had masterfully orchestrated a coordinated attack, surrounding Hawk and launching a continuous assault from all sides. Hawk, though impressed, knows that his decaying body won't hold out much longer. Isabel intensifies her spell, dark energy binding one side of Hawk's body, as Chloe delivers another piercing strike, this time to his back. Jared, assisting her, teleports her instantly to different positions around Hawk, allowing her to attack from multiple directions. As the relentless assault continues, Jared casts fire on Hawk while Chloe thrusts her sword into his leg. Hawk, realizing the danger, knows his body is reaching its limit. He calculates his next move. If he can take down just one of them, the other's formation will falter, and their continuous attacks will cease. With a final burst of rage, Hawk sprints toward Jared, aiming to overwhelm him and crush the team's leader. Jared, anticipating this, dodges the attack, but Hawk, sensing his movement, counters with a brutal swing of his mace. For a moment, it seems as though Jared has been struck, but as his body fades from view, it becomes clear that he used illusion magic, casting a mirror image spell to deceive Hawk. His voice echoes through the chamber, laughing as he praises Hawk for a good move. But he taunts Hawk, reminding him that it was all pointless, as he had been prepared for that very attack. With Hawk now weakened and disoriented, the team moves in for the final strike. Together, they overwhelm the once unstoppable soldier, bringing an end to his long service in Mahart's tomb. 10 minutes pass, but for Ella, it feels like an eternity. She stands at a distance, quietly observing the battle unfold before her. It isn't that she's incapable of fighting or contributing. If she had joined the fray, their victory would have been assured. But her instincts tell her to hold back. Whether it's latent jealousy, watching him display his prowess as both a fighter and a teacher, or a deep-rooted belief in his capabilities, she isn't quite sure. What she does know, however, is that her decision, whether born of pride or faith, has led to something extraordinary. In this battle of life and death, Jared, Chloe, and Isabel are growing stronger at a terrifying rate. As the battle with Hawk rages on, his once imposing strength begins to fade. His voice, though still filled with conviction, grows weaker as he acknowledges his defeat. Hawk's body is failing him, and though he would have preferred to fight in his true form, he recognizes that such desires are futile now. Out of respect for Jared, who has bested him in combat, Hawk offers a final piece of advice. Leave. He warns that as strong as Jared may be, neither he nor his companions could hope to survive in the presence of the Emperor. If they insist on continuing, Hawk is certain their paths will cross again. After Hawk falls, the battlefield grows quiet. Isabel approaches the remains of the soldier and discovers a strange item, Rold's mirror armor, an artifact that seems to have materialized from Hawk's body. Holding it up, she examines the curious piece of armor with a mix of wonder and suspicion. Ella, still standing off to the side, comments casually that equipment from a grave will only bring bad luck. Isabel, however, seems more alarmed, suggesting the armor might carry a curse. In a burst of frustration, she tosses it away. Jared, with quick reflexes, rushes to catch it. Curiosity piqued, she asks him if he knows something about the armor. Calm and collected, he confirms her suspicions. The mirror armor is a one-of-a-kind piece in Nas, a legendary artifact. When worn, the spirit of its creator, Roll the blacksmith, will manifest and erect a protective force field, rendering the wearer nearly impervious to arrows. Thinner than cotton, it can even be worn alongside other armor without hindering movement. Ella, watching this exchange, smirks knowingly. It's clear who the new owner of the armor will be. Blushing and laughing, Isabel calls him dear and offers the armor to him. He reflects for a moment, remembering how much he had longed to acquire this armor back when all of this was just a game. He recalls the player who once owned it, a skilled craftsman who had claimed to make it himself, though he had only provided the raw materials. It seems ridiculous in hindsight, yet it is part of a past he cannot change. What matters now is that he has the armor, and in this new reality he can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The team soon arrives before a massive gate, marking the final chamber. Isabel, her excitement palpable, remarks that they've finally reached the end. She eagerly suggests they defeat the Emperor with the same strategy they used against Hawk, but Jared shakes his head. This time he will go in alone. Her expression shifts from excitement to concern. She presses him for an explanation, but he remains resolute. Mahart, the Emperor they are about to face, is a being who wields curses as easily as one would a sword. Even a minor curse, if it touches her, would completely unravel her mind. He warns her that the danger is far too great. When she asks what will protect him, he holds up his hand to reveal Saint Gracia's ring, an artifact he had acquired from Deluk. The ring offers him a degree of protection against his enemies' curses. Still, he isn't dismissing his companion's value. While he faces Mahart, he needs them to absorb the demonic energy that will spill into the small hall outside the chamber. Demonic energy, he explains, is like a toxin, painful but manageable if handled properly. Isabel, ever confident, agrees, assuring him that her magic will help her absorb the energy. He then turns to Chloe, assigning her the task of guarding the entrance to ensure no clay figures disturb the battle. She nods, understanding the gravity of her role. Finally, he turns to Ella with a grin, assigning her to be the caretaker of the magic stones. Sitting atop a pile of loot, Ella mutters under her breath, unsure whether he is being considerate or just teasing her. Regardless, she accepts her role. With his instructions clear, Jared approaches the towering gate and pushes it open, stepping into the dark chamber beyond. The air grows thick with the oppressive aura of an ancient presence. He mutters to himself, acknowledging how difficult the journey to this point has been. The Emperor soon stirs, his deep, echoing voice reverberating through the chamber. He commends Jared for making it this far, but questions his reason for disturbing his rest. Jared, standing firm, smirks and declares that he has come to exact judgment on him for a life steeped in violence and murder. Mahart, unimpressed, dismisses his accusations. He claims that this land, settled with his beloved subjects and soldiers, is his eternal resting place, and Jared's intrusion is an affront. Jared, undeterred, counters by exposing the truth. Mahart had forced his people into slavery, driving them to their deaths to fuel his selfish ambitions. There is no love in that, only cruelty. As he speaks, Mahart's anger swells, and he unleashes a torrent of magic, a powerful curse meant to inflict unbearable pain on Jared. But thanks to the Saint's Ring, the mental affliction is nullified. Despite the protection, Jared still drops to his knees, pain coursing through his body. Mahart, sensing victory, releases his dark aura, marking Jared with a deadly stigma, a curse designed to slowly drain his life force until death claims him. The curse will chase him relentlessly, and evading it is pointless. But Jared has a plan. Timing it perfectly, he dodges the curse with a blink spell and seals it within a drawing etched onto the floor. Mahart, momentarily taken aback, praises him for evading such a deadly curse, but he dismisses it as a futile gesture. The Emperor's power is absolute. Trapped within the chamber, Jared has no escape. Mahart offers him a choice: swear fealty, and he will grant him immortality and unimaginable strength. Jared laughs mockingly, disgusted by the thought of becoming a skeletal, decaying form like the Emperor. Enraged by his insults, Mahart unleashes a barrage of powerful spells. With precise timing, Jared retaliates, launching a fire spell that briefly disrupts the Emperor's form. As his body begins to regenerate, Jared reflects that the Emperor's regeneration, just like in the game, is his key advantage. He grins, confident that if he can drain Mahart's stamina before his own magic is exhausted, he will win this battle. Summoning his remaining strength, Jared combines a space-warping cloak, a lightning spear, and a nightmare spell, launching a devastating attack. The lightning spear pierces Mahart, but the Emperor barely flinches. Instead, Mahart conjures massive green roots from the ground to ensnare Jared. Swift and agile, Jared evades the attack and charges forward, determined to put an end to the tyrant once and for all. Jared faces hell throughout this long, tentative battle. Magic stronger than his is shed on him mercilessly. Even though he exhibits a lot of concentration, his body and mind grows very close to exhaustion. He lost count of how many times he nearly succumbed to death. His magic and resistance are drained, but still he doesn't lose his courage and wants to try a little more time to win. Mahart mutters that Jared only tries to hold him back by putting himself in danger. His fighting skills are suicidal. He is only acting to be fighting despairingly. This is even making him curious that Jared is really a weakling who is making up for his weakness with effort. However, Jared utters that he is playing for a fool as if he was hiding something. Mahart gets surprised at how his life force is just worn. He remains stunned that it was a magic circle, not a mere scribbling. Mahart confronts Jared, realizing the hidden truth behind the magic circle and accusing him of trying to send the painful mark back. Jared is surprised Mahart uncovered his plan, but Mahart mocks him, calling it a cowardly trick. In a fit of rage, Mahart ensnares Jared's leg with a magic chain and slams him to the ground. Jared, recovering, retorts, but Mahart unleashes a powerful spell. Jared tries to shield himself, but the barrier shatters, and he's thrown down, his arm injured by the impact. Mahart delivers a merciless kick, viewing it as a fitting repayment for Jared's antics. He warns Jared not to dare try such moves again, punctuating his threat with a brutal punch to his face. As Jared reels from the blow, Mahart taunts him, saying that if he hadn't meddled and started this mess, he might have lived longer while holding him by the throat. Jared's face is badly bruised, yet he attempts to cast a spell, only for Mahart to grip his wrist tightly, frustrated by his futile efforts. Mahart mocks Jared's magic, declaring that this is his end. Suddenly, Jared delivers a forceful punch, teasing Mahart that he lacks power in his arms too. Mahart angrily threatens him to join the dead, but Jared responds with a chilling smile. A weapon suddenly emerges from the ring on Jared's hand, plunging directly into Mahart's eye. Pleased with his cleverness, Jared notes that he switched the ring to his other hand. Mahart is stunned, yet his arrogance remains intact as he boasts about his many tricks, even as his body begins to crumble like sand. The scene shifts dramatically as several weapons pierce Mahart's body. Now in control, Jared smirks, stating that if he pulls out these weapons, it will be the end for Mahart. He explains that these weapons are designed to absorb divine power, especially when infused with the cleansing magic he has perfected. As the magic flows through Mahart's blood, Jared clarifies that it isn't meant for him, but to purify the demonic energy within Mahart. Losing his momentum would be fatal, and Jared vows to cleanse every trace of demonic energy from Mahart's body. Mahart screams for his soldiers to protect him, demanding immediate assistance. Chloe intervenes, wielding her weapons to fend off the advancing soldiers. As they rush to Mahart's aid, she declares that they cannot pass because she is there to guard. Mahart mutters in frustration that if this continues, all his soldiers will soon be defeated. Jared seizes the moment to taunt Mahart. Enraged, Mahart cuts him off, commanding him to stop interfering. He unleashes his magic, creating a swirling black hole and ordering his soldiers to rise from beyond it, transcending their former lives to serve him in his grand duty to conquer the continent. Jared, equally determined, shouts that this aligns with his own goal, and the two stand at odds, both intent on domination. As Mahart's laughter echoes ominously, he demonstrates his magical power, and amidst the chaos, Isabel's voice rises, screaming for Jared's attention. Jared lies on the ground in a dire state, while Mahart stands over him, laughing maniacally and declaring himself the true immortal emperor. The weapon embedded in Mahart's face shatters, and suddenly, his magic dissipates, causing his body to disintegrate into sand particles. As he embraces his fate, large stones crumble around him. Isabel rushes toward Jared, who, despite being the weakest of the North and the lord of the smallest territory, has faced his foe and triumphed over a man who once ruled with blood and fear. A triumphant smile spreads across Jared's face as he revels in Mahart's defeat, roaring in celebration of his hard-won conquest. Jared's party, who defeated the tyrannical Emperor Mahart, are pleased for their success. However, Isabel is visibly distressed, crying and insisting to Jared that he cannot die. She threatens to curse him if he does. Ella steps in to comfort her, assuring Isabel that Jared will be fine. Suddenly, Jared mutters Isabel's name, capturing her attention. He struggles to speak but manages to direct her to retrieve the artifacts and an ancient grimoire from a secret room. Isabel rolls her eyes, teasingly calling him greedy, and Ella agrees with her sentiment. With that, they leave for Marika, taking their spoils of war. The scene shifts to Marika, the continent of Nas, on June 1, 1414. 23 days have passed since the tomb raid, and everything has returned to normal. Jared is in a study, visibly tense and screaming in frustration that he forgot to ask Mahart about his identity. Julian, who is also in the room, inquires if something is wrong, but Jared insists everything is fine while rubbing his forehead. Julian, unfazed, reads from a report detailing the effects of the newly installed magic stone lamps in Caribbean and America, noting that crime rates have plummeted by almost 90%. However, he mentions there are still some blind spots in those areas. He adds that the installation will soon extend to the forests and wastelands on the outskirts. Outside, ordinary citizens gather beneath the lamps, planning to sing and praise their effectiveness. They express optimism that further installations will help reduce deforestation and enhance safety for both men and women. Jared listens attentively as Julian continues his report, acknowledging that the success is due to the magic stones. He reflects on the difficulties of engraving magic circles into hardy magic stones. Noticing a scar on Jared's arm, Julian comments that it appears not to be healing. Jared explains that it is no ordinary burn, and conventional treatments have no effect. He considers it a symbol of victory. Just then, Aki enters wearing a flamboyant outfit, catching both Jared and Julian off guard. Jared asks about his clothing, and Aki laughs, eagerly awaiting the response. He explains that the outfit is a trending summer fashion among the aristocrats of the Cinder's Kingdom, and he purchased it during market research to try it out. Jared hesitantly replies that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, leaving Aki confused and disappointed with his new look. Afterward, Jared shifts the conversation to Aki's previous inquiry about selling pornography. Aki admits he has been selling it, revealing that Lord Abenaba is his primary customer. He explains that Abenaba only requested a small peek while trading nightmare stones, but ended up wanting to buy all of them. Jared is shocked and contemplates why the clever Red Goblin King would be interested, feeling a twinge of shame about the integrity of humankind. Aki interrupts Jared's thoughts, remembering an official request from the Cinder's Kingdom's military to establish a long-term contract to buy all their mines. Jared immediately rejects the offer, instructing Aki to inform them that they do not negotiate monopolistic terms. He emphasizes that if the Cinder's Kingdom wants to buy, they must agree to a fixed monthly price. Aki agrees and continues, noting that the aristocracy in the Cinder's Kingdom is increasingly interested in Jared's resources, including pesticides, cures for Ronella disease, and magic potions. Jared ponders aloud that the Cinder's Kingdom's interest in his territory is likely due to their proximity, and he anticipates trouble brewing. Jared reflects on King Dactyr the Ninth's impending death, predicting that the four princes will engage in a fierce power struggle for the throne, with the second prince, Putilin Dactyr X, ultimately claiming victory. He fears that Putilin, a follower of the Umber Church, a brotherhood of dark magicians, will transform the holy nation of Cinders into a malevolent one, positioning the Umber Church as the focal point of a future holy war. Jared speculates that once the war begins, all nations will fall under the Demon King's rule, making it highly likely that they will become enemies. Despite this grim forecast, Jared considers waiting things out, acknowledging that, as a minor lord, he has no authority to interfere in the Cinder's Kingdom's affairs. Suddenly, Hayes bursts into the room, breathless, declaring that a serious problem has arisen. She informs Jared that the king of the Cinder's Kingdom has sent handwritten greetings and that the fourth prince himself is on his way to deliver them. Julian notes that this development does not bode well, and Jared senses a political storm on the horizon. As guards announce Prince Isel's arrival, Jared prepares for the encounter. The young prince enters, introducing himself with a long red braid, expressing pleasure at meeting Lord Jared for the first time. He presents Jared with an envelope from the king containing an invitation to the king's upcoming birthday celebration, stating that his presence would be a great honor. Jared accepts the card, asking permission to open it. Prince Isel encourages him to do so. As Jared reads the invitation, he notices that most of it is formal platitudes. Internally, he questions the king's interest in him, feeling it is too soon for him to engage in matters concerning their kingdom. Prince Isel interrupts Jared's thoughts, insisting he wishes to meet Jared personally, excited to see him and share drinks. However, Jared tries to clarify that he is merely a minor lord, which seems to offend the prince, leading him to turn away in frustration. Prince Isel, visibly disappointed, reminds Jared that refusing the invitation is an insult to the king. Jared, smiling nervously, insists that he would never disregard an invitation from His Majesty. The prince departs with his guards, leaving Jared to sigh in relief yet feeling disappointed by the encounter. He acknowledges the prince's intelligence and potential to be a good king but resolves to remain cautious about his guards, suspecting they do not genuinely serve him. Finally, Jared reflects on the necessity of showcasing the growing influence of his territory to the world. The scene then shifts back to the Cinder's kingdom, where an old man kneels before Prince Putalin, who asks about his long service under Lord Barrett of Caribia. The old man confirms his past service and expresses curiosity about Jared, prompting the prince to demand a full account of everything the old man knows about Caribia and its current lord. In Mayrica, Mia races down the hallway, laughter ringing out as she uses her magic to enhance her speed. Lena chases after her, shouting for her to stop running and not to use magic in the halls. With excitement, Maya throws open the door to meet Milord, and despite Lena's desperate attempts to catch up and stop her, she fails. Inside, Julian is absorbed in his work, astonished to see the two girls burst in. Leah, confused, asks about Milord while Lena apologizes to Julian for the interruption. Julian hesitates, then informs them that Jared is not present. He explains that Milord left for Cinders 2 days ago and won't return for 4 more days. Mia's expression shifts to one of anxiety. The scene transitions to a vehicle where Jared, Aki, and Hayes are traveling together. Hayes expresses her nostalgia for the golden days when the three of them were inseparable. Jared agrees, reminiscing about the time Aki was held captive by bandits. Hayes nods in agreement, but Aki's face turns red with shame as he shouts for them to stop revealing his dark past. Jared reassures Aki that his struggles have helped shape him into the talented person he is today. Flushed by the compliment, Aki declares that he has decided to dedicate his life to serving Milord. Hayes then looks out the window and announces that they can see the palace. Inside the palace, guests gather for the king's birthday celebration. Waiters serve drinks, and people greet the majesty with respect. The king, a distinguished old man with a white beard, prepares to make an announcement after a waiter whispers to him. Clearing his throat, he announces the admission of Viscount Jared of Caribia. Gasps of shock ripple through the crowd, who had thought the news was merely a rumor. As the door opens, Jared strides into the hall, looking regal. The guests are left speechless, struggling to comprehend the transformation of a man they once considered a nasty pig. Whispers circulate about how his army has grown from 200 soldiers to nearly 5,000, with guests questioning the legitimacy of this rapid expansion. One person anxiously asks if they simply picked soldiers at random, and another agrees, speculating about Jared's newfound wealth from medicines, mines, magic stones, and lucrative dungeon raids. They conclude that Jared must have come to the party to get closer to the prince. Jared approaches the king and greets him respectfully, but the king interrupts, saying that formalities end there. He comforts Jared with kind words, acknowledging the difficulties of reaching the palace and encouraging him to enjoy himself. Jared feels calm at this, sensing that the king does not wish for a lengthy conversation. Suddenly, guests swarm around him, bombarding him with questions. The crowd grows overwhelming, and Jared, feeling frustrated, wishes they would move so he can see the prince. Nearby, Prince Ian, the first prince, coughs violently, prompting his retainers to ask if he is okay. Ian dismisses their concerns, claiming he's fine and that his chronic illness is merely an old friend now, even as he continues to cough. Observing this, Jared reflects that Ian's ailment will likely prevent him from ever claiming the throne. Across the room, Prince Jess, the third prince, flaunts his popularity among the mainstream nobles, laughing loudly with his supporters. Jared thinks to himself that Jess seems more popular than Putalin, the second prince, but he cannot ignore the strength of Putalin's supporters. He imagines that Putalin's backing might prove stronger, potentially leading to a conflict between the second and third princes, especially since Isel's supporters appear unwilling to side with Jess. Suddenly, a large man approaches. It's Putalin, the second prince, known for his ambition and skills in Cinder's secret sword arts and Umbra theology. He greets Jared as Lord Jared and inquires if he prefers to be called Viscount. Jared's anger simmers beneath the surface. He had hoped to avoid another encounter with Putalin. Still, he calms himself and replies that he doesn't mind what title Putalin uses, adding that calling him simply Jared is acceptable too. Putalin expresses his desire to meet Jared in person, revealing that he had heard Isel invited him. Isel stands upstairs with his sister, Princess Maria, watching with fury as their brother seeks Jared's favor. The conversation between Jared and Putalin continues, with Jared downplaying his significance as a nameless noble. Putalin dismisses his modesty, asserting that Jared is at the center of attention in the nation. Jared smiles slightly, insisting that his focus is on managing his territory, and he has little interest in the gossip surrounding him. Putalin laughs, suggesting that Jared's success in annexing Majorca must have brought him some luck. Jared, however, insists that he's just been defending against invasions from neighboring territories. Finding some common ground, Putalin moves closer and tells Jared he sees him as a very ambitious person. He smiles slightly but disagrees, stating he's only trying to protect what's his. Putalin nods in agreement, places a hand on Jared's shoulder, and insists they should reserve a seat for themselves at the table, eager to discuss various matters before walking away. After Putalin leaves, Prince Jess approaches Jared with a loud laugh, teasing him about his conversation with Putalin. He boasts about his connections, claiming that many aristocrats are eager to align with him. Jared feels drained, and Jess insists that his connections with the military would allow him to order supplies from Jared's territory at any price. Jared calmly replies that the prices are set through mutual agreement and emphasizes that he doesn't want to exploit his workers. Jess and his supporters laugh, questioning if Jared is embarrassed. Jared retorts that he feels more ashamed for Jess, pointing out the prince's excessive interest in someone from a small territory. Jess's anger grows as he demands to know if Jared doesn't intend to connect with him, insisting he's not like Putalin. Jared stays silent, which only fuels Jess's anger. His supporters shout at Jared to respond, but Jared thinks Jess is insecure, trying to make him compare the two brothers. Jared states that if he had to choose, he would prefer Putalin over Jess because Putalin seems more genuine. This shocks Jess's supporters. Enraged, Jess grabs Jared by the collar, his aggression evident, while Prince Isel and Princess Maria watch in shock at the escalating confrontation. Under the warm flicker of candlelight, Jared sits with Prince Isel and Princess Maria, the air still tense from an earlier incident involving Isel's brother Jess. Isel apologizes sincerely, acknowledging his brother's reckless behavior, and Jared accepts with a calm nod. Taking a sip from his cup, the mood eases slightly, restoring a sense of normalcy. Maria, sitting across from Jared, appears restless, her gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. Breaking the silence, she praises Jared, mentioning she's heard many stories about him. She suggests that a lord of his stature would make a valuable vassal for their kingdom. Jared sets his cup down and brushes off the praise, downplaying his role as nothing more than a minor lord of a small territory. Maria's eyes flash with determination as she presses the matter, insisting he would surely support Isel's cause. Before she can say more, Isel cuts her off, sharply warning her to be careful with her words. Maria, flustered, apologizes immediately, her voice humble. The momentary tension hangs in the air, but Jared subtly gestures toward the guards, signaling his desire for privacy. With a wave of his hand, he casts a sound-canceling spell, enveloping the three in a bubble of silence. Now alone, Jared turns the conversation toward Isel's brothers, Putalin and Jess. Isel hesitates but admits he doesn't fully know their current dealings, only what he deems necessary. Jared's next question touches a nerve as he asks about their involvement with the Umbra Church. The siblings freeze, Maria's eyes wide with shock. She quickly accuses Jared of trying to slander their family, declaring that the Cinders are loyal to the deity Radias. Unperturbed, Jared calmly explains that the rumors surrounding their family's affairs are a potential threat to national security. He stresses the importance of vigilance, suggesting their ignorance could be dangerous. As a gesture of goodwill, he presents Isel with a magical device that can monitor their brother's activities. Isel, still cautious, asks if Jared genuinely intends to help. Jared waves the idea away, stating that his concern is not about vassalage but ensuring their kingdom remains in safe hands. He hints at the fragility of noble ties and how unchecked connections can lead to ruin. Maria, now more contemplative, expresses concern that if they remain silent, suspicion will grow. Jared nods, agreeing with the gravity of the situation. He bids the siblings farewell, assuring them he'll be ready for their next meeting. As he departs, Jared reflects on the unfolding events, deciding to leave the matter in Isel and Maria's capable hands. Later that night, Jared's demeanor shifts as shadows appear behind him, their faces hidden in the darkness. Without turning, he instructs them to monitor the palace discreetly. One of the shadows, speaking confidently, assures him that their agents will surpass even Pruda's spies. Jared, satisfied, nods and takes another sip from his cup, his mind filled with strategic thoughts. He grimaces at the taste, muttering that he shouldn't have added sugar. The next morning, Jared waits outside for Aki, who is late once again. Hayes, standing beside him, shares his frustration, teasing him about his patience. Their conversation drifts to past moments when he had waited in similar circumstances. Hayes smiles, calling attention to how no other lord would put up with such delays for a mere carriage. In a playful mood, Jared suggests they visit a nearby clothing shop while they wait. Hayes hesitates, but when Jared insists, she follows him inside. Moments later, she emerges in a new dress that flatters her figure, twirling to show off. Jared smiles warmly, telling her she looks beautiful. The shopkeeper echoes the compliment, adding that she glows in the new outfit. Flushed with excitement, Hayes eagerly tries on another dress, her joy contagious. As Jared watches her, he feels a rare sense of peace. However, the moment is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of an urgent note. The message details a looming crisis, a growing threat near the Forest of Nightmares, set to unfold by the 1st of July. Jared's mood darkens as he absorbs the gravity of the situation. Only 3 weeks remain before the critical date. His mind churns with thoughts of preparation, realizing the potential devastation if they aren't ready. The memory of past invasions led by Barrett in the south and Abinibas in the north weighs heavily on him. Yet he also sees a potential opportunity in the chaos, if they play their cards right. His thoughts are interrupted by Hayes' return, modeling yet another dress, her face radiant with happiness. For a brief moment, the weight of responsibility lifts as he compliments her, saying she looks like an angel. Hayes, blushing from the praise, playfully uses her healing magic, compressing the energy into shimmering feathers that she releases into the air. The light dances around them, casting a soft glow. Jared, caught between embarrassment and enchantment, smiles awkwardly. When Hayes teasingly asks if she looks even more like an angel after her magical display, he blushes and responds that she's always been an angel to him. Back in Caribbean, Jared struggles against a strong enchantment that feels like an invisible shroud around him. He fights to resist its pull, his magic faltering as he tries to stay focused, but the charm is overpowering. Across the room, Isabel stands, a sly smile playing on her lips. Her laughter rings out, mocking his struggle. She revels in her work, proud of the enchantment she has cast, a charm crafted to perfection, designed to ensnare its target. It is a spell of seduction, potent and unyielding, one that transcends any boundaries of gender or desire. Isabel knows the charm can cloud judgment, making even Jared falter. Jared, trying to gather his thoughts, wonders if his struggle is due to the power he absorbed from Mahart, making him vulnerable to this kind of magic. He reassures himself that he will eventually break free from its influence, as the trial will end soon. But the situation takes an unexpected turn when Hayes suddenly enters the room. She halts in her tracks as her gaze meets her own reflection in the enchantment's swirling light. A look of shock and embarrassment crosses her face when she realizes she is witnessing herself through the lens of Jared's deepest unspoken desires. She turns towards him, her expression a mix of hurt and confusion, seeking answers about what she has seen. Jared, equally stunned by her presence, struggles to explain himself. He thinks rapidly, trying to piece together what went wrong, as Hayes should not be here. This was a misunderstanding. He suspects Isabel's hand in bringing her here. Isabel, still smiling with wicked delight, leans closer to Hayes, whispering in her ear that her thoughts are true, and that she should abandon someone like Jared. Isabel's voice drips with false sympathy as she tries to manipulate Hayes, urging her to seek out someone pure instead of clinging to Jared. Hayes, deeply flustered, attempts to deflect the situation, stammering that she would never wear such provocative attire as she saw in the vision, her cheeks burning red with shame. She tries to suggest that perhaps they could slow down and take a step back in their relationship, but Isabel silences her harshly, covering her mouth in a sudden gesture of anger. Isabel's temper flares as she berates Hayes, her voice laced with venom. Meanwhile, Jared pushes through the last traces of the enchantment's hold. Though not entirely unscathed, he regains enough control to challenge Isabel, asking her to increase the intensity of the enchantment as further training. His request only provokes Isabel's fury, and she lashes out, kicking him in a fit of rage, cursing him as she does so, disgusted by what she sees as his twisted desires. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Nightmares, two hunters stand amidst the eerie quiet, their postures tense as they assess the situation. The older, more rugged of the pair has spent years mastering this terrain, but even he admits to himself that nothing in his decade of hunting compares to the challenges they now face. His companion, a practical thinker, understands they must adapt. The shelters are overcrowded, forcing many to face the harsh weather. Despite the discomfort, he feels their spot in the camp is better than being completely exposed. His thoughts wander to Ronella, a territory on the brink of collapse, where those left behind are likely losing their fight against growing dangers. The sense of urgency lingers, casting a shadow over the forest that feels heavier than the dense greenery above. Their conversation shifts when a figure walks past them, a man whose presence immediately raises the larger hunter's suspicions. He does not recognize the newcomer despite his time in Caribia, but his companion clarifies that the man is none other than their lord, who recently arrived in the forest to visit a restricted area. The hunters watch as Jared moves deeper into the woods, lost in thought. He reflects on the past, comparing Caribia to Ronella. Unlike the latter, Caribia has remained stagnant, weighed down by its history and the constant threat of monster outbreaks. Jared's thoughts turn to Viscount Barrett, the wise leader who transformed the barren wastelands of Caribia into a thriving territory, even as demonic invasions ravaged it year after year. He envisions the battlefield, strewn with the corpses of demons, a grim reminder of the price Caribia has paid. While other territories have prospered, Caribia has endured constant suffering. Jared believes that what Caribia has always needed is a force strong enough to repel the demonic tide, a strength that remains elusive. Yet he acknowledges that for now, Caribia is secure. He meticulously arranges a series of magical stones, forming a dome that pulses with ethereal light. The scene shifts again, revealing a monstrous horde gathering beyond a mystical gate. Disciples beat drums rhythmically, calling forth creatures from the shadows. One of the monsters, a brutish figure, proclaims with savage joy that this is a day of feasting, and that they are free to hunt any humans they encounter. His fellow creatures echo his enthusiasm, encouraged by their commander's presence. The Blue Ogre commander, Crundle, surveys his army, issuing orders as they prepare to march through the delusional gate that Jared has created. On the other side of the gate, Jared stands alone, his silhouette framed against the eerie glow of his creation. The first wave of monsters rushes through, but they are met with an unexpected sight. Jared remains unmoved, a calm figure amid the chaos. One of the monsters taunts him, believing him to be easy prey. Meanwhile, the Ogre commander's lieutenant expresses impatience, urging their forces to press forward and overrun the area. But Crundle, sensing something amiss, cautions his lieutenant to survey their surroundings. When questioned about their location, the commander hesitates, recognizing that things may not be as they seem. Jared steps forward, explaining to the monsters that they are trapped within a distorted dimension of his own making. He reveals that he has mirrored the principles of their delusional gate using his magic stones, creating a recursive space where the walls fold in upon themselves. It is a clever trap, one that ensures they can never escape. Jared's calm demeanor and confident smile only deepen the monster's confusion. He introduces himself as an envoy, a human representative sent to meet with the demonic beings. His tone is light, almost mocking, as he speaks. The Blue Ogre commander peers at Jared, struggling to understand how a mere human could wield such power. He remarks that he has never encountered a human capable of this level of magic. Jared responds with a touch of pride, calling it a glimpse of future magic, a weapon that the Holy Empire's armies will wield in the upcoming Holy War. This revelation piques the commander's interest, but he quickly dismisses the implications, focusing instead on Jared's supposed vulnerability, asserting that the magical barrier must be draining Jared's strength and will inevitably unravel. Agreeing to a point, he admits that maintaining the spell is taxing. Sensing an opportunity, Crundle orders his subordinate, Tabanan, to attack Jared directly, eager to exploit any weakness. Tabanan leaps from the carriage, confident in his abilities. The other monsters murmur among themselves, assured that this battle will end quickly. As Tabanan faces Jared, he sneers, promising a swift end if Jared manages to entertain him for a while. Jared merely smiles, accepting the challenge as he summons his magic with renewed vigor. Crundle watches the scene unfold and quickly realizes that Jared's power has been hidden, lying dormant until this moment. He understands too late that Jared's strength far exceeds his expectations. Panic sets in as he recalls the fate of the initial wave of soldiers, now lifeless bodies scattered across the battlefield. He tries to call off Tabanan, but his command is drowned out by the ensuing clash. Jared's power erupts, overwhelming Tabanan with a surge of magic that leaves him dead in an instant. The monsters freeze in terror, witnessing the effortless destruction of their comrade. With a surge of authority, Crundle orders his remaining forces to attack Jared, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. They rush forward, desperate to bring him down. Jared's eyes gleam with a dangerous light as he channels more magic, creating a barrier that deflects their attacks. He conjures fireballs, launching them into the sky where they rebound off the dome's enchanted surface and rain down upon the gathered monsters. As the flames engulf the battlefield, Jared's expression remains calm, contemplating the power he wields and how it might compare to Mahart's own abilities. The fire descends, consuming the monstrous army, and the scene turns to a darkened sky, filled with the dying roars of the vanquished. In the grand hall of Ronella, where the Lord sits on his elaborate chair, his face marked by deep anxiety, he clutches his armrests, reflecting on the troubling events surrounding him. He recalls the promise he made to someone, sworn loyalty, a vow to protect. Yet the thought of abandoning his land and fleeing to the capital now crosses his mind. The very idea of such an escape feels despicable to him, but he cannot deny the rising fear in his heart. He paces back and forth, mumbling to himself, wondering if Jared might be coming for him. The weight of their agreement looms heavily, and he knows their time is running out. As he grapples with his thoughts, the wooden doors to his chamber burst open, and a servant rushes in, his face pale with terror. He gasps for breath, stammering out that they are under attack. The Lord feels his heart skip a beat, and his mind immediately jumps to Jared. Panic surges through him, but the servant quickly clarifies that this is not Jared's doing. A small group, no more than 100 people, is assaulting Ronella's borders. The Lord's panic morphs into anger, and he berates the servant for scaring him unnecessarily. He picks up a nearby book, hurling it toward the frightened servant. Yet, as the words sink in, the Lord's expression shifts once more from anger to nervous curiosity. His voice drops to a near whisper as he asks the servant if the attackers have truly managed to breach the great fort, their mighty bulwark against external threats. The servant trembles as he confirms the borders have been breached. The Lord's disbelief turns to anger. How could their mighty defenses, unyielding against countless monsters, fall to a mere handful of attackers? Suspecting treachery within their ranks, he orders the servant to take him to the breach, resolve burning in his eyes. At the great fort, the Lord is met with chaos. Smoke billows from shattered walls, mingling with the cries of soldiers locked in battle. The intruders, though few, fight with a ferocity that catches the defenders off guard. Furious, the Lord confronts the attackers, demanding what gave them the audacity to challenge him and target Ronella. He scorns them, dismissing them as unworthy not even at Caribia's level. But his bluster is met with a cold response as one of the attackers steps forward, addressing him by name. Hearing his name from the lips of a stranger triggers a memory in the Lord's mind. He recalls the guy's face he once trusted, someone who spoke of the cure, a secret recipe that could change everything. He looks closer, recognition dawning on his face. He questions the group, accusing them of betrayal, and demanding to know how they could repay his kindness with such treachery. The young man who stands at the head of the attackers responds calmly, but his words cut deep. He explains that their actions are driven by a desire for peace in Ronella, a peace that has been jeopardized by the Lord's unchecked greed. He accuses the Lord of putting the people of Ronella in danger, of prioritizing his own wealth and power over the well-being of those he is sworn to protect. The Lord's face contorted with rage, his pride pricked by the accusation. He snaps orders to his soldiers, demanding that they behead the so-called traitors who dare to question his authority. The young man's companion pleads for safety, assuring their leader that they will handle the situation, but the Lord's fury only deepens as he watches the intruders stand their ground, refusing to retreat even in the face of overwhelming odds. He mocks them, ridiculing their efforts, and taunts them for daring to confront him so directly. Meanwhile, on another battlefield far from Runella, Jared fights against a horde of monstrous creatures. He wields his magic with practiced precision, sending arcs of fiery power surging through the beasts. But as he fights, an arrow suddenly blazes through the air, striking him in the mouth. Jared staggers back, stunned. His attacker is a small, cackling demon, who, realizing his mistake, quickly tries to flee. However, Jared recovers and retaliates, catching the demon before it can escape. He feels a surge of new energy as a magical note materializes before him, announcing that he has earned the title of Hellfire's Vessel and has unlocked a powerful new ability, Fire Burst, a special conditional magic. Elated, he marvels at his newfound power. He has always believed Jared to be a master of fire, and now, with this title, his confidence swells further. He tests the Fire Burst, delighting in its devastating effects. But even as he revels in his triumph, the battle around him intensifies. The monsters rally under the command of a towering figure, a commander who berates his troops for failing to subdue a single human. Yet before the commander can regroup his forces, Jared sends a massive fireball crashing into the commander's war elephant, toppling it and sending the creatures around it into a panic. The commander, seething with rage, decides to confront Jared directly. With a thunderous leap, the commander lunges at Jared, wielding a massive hammer. Jared counters with his own leap, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. In midair, the two clash, with the commander seizing Jared by the front of his robe. But Jared responds with raw strength, gripping the commander's horns and wrenching him back. He mocks the commander's crude attacks, finding amusement in his desperate struggle. Summoning all his power, Jared unleashes a torrent of fire that engulfs the commander. The intense flames consume the beast, and Jared jests, offering a taunting apology for being so hot-headed. As the commander writhes in the blaze, Jared cools him down with an ice storm, encasing him in frigid winds. The commander, disoriented and enraged, is bewildered by Jared's power, questioning whether this mage is truly human or something far more dangerous. But Jared's next assault, a concentrated burst of fire, ends the commander's life, casting him to the ground in a charred heap. Seeing their leader fall so easily, the remaining monsters lose their nerve. Panic sweeps through their ranks, and they scramble to flee. One suggests they escape through the delusional gate, a portal that can transport them away from the battlefield. Jared, however, is unwilling to let them slip away and attempts to halt their retreat. But before he can strike, a sudden force emanates from the interdimensional gate, knocking him to the ground. He watches as the monsters vanish, swallowed by the swirling magic. Jared curses under his breath, realizing that only a being as powerful as a Demon King could command such a gate. He wonders whether the Demon King himself has intervened, perhaps deeming the magical stone at the heart of the conflict unworthy of further effort. Despite the setback, Jared finds solace in knowing that the threat has been dealt with before his pocket dimension magic unraveled completely. He takes a moment to breathe, reflecting on how much he has changed since his earlier failures. In his mind, he addresses his late father, feeling a sense of accomplishment for having protected Caribia from harm. Unbeknownst to him, an old man watches from the shadows of the forest, observing Jared's victory with a mysterious gleam in his eye. Jared remains unaware of the hidden spectator, focusing instead on the battles yet to come. Back in Ronella, the scene shifts once more. The Lord of Ronella, now desperate and trembling, faces his captors. He cannot believe that such a small force could infiltrate his defenses so easily. He voices his disbelief, attempting to maintain some semblance of authority, even as he feels his grip on power slipping away. But his captors, now revealed to be the Aggressio Royal Guards of Caribia, dismiss his bluster. They mock his earlier dismissive remarks about their strength, and one of them steps forward, identifying their unit as a hand-picked platoon chosen by Caribia's lord for their loyalty and skill. A soldier seizes the lord by the hair, dragging him forward with a firm grip. The lord struggles, attempting to free himself, but the soldier's hold remains unyielding. They proceed under strict orders from their leader, whose directive is clear: to apprehend the Lord by force if necessary. His desperate attempts to resist are futile against the disciplined resolve of the soldiers. His cries for mercy resonate through the halls of the fortress, once a symbol of his power and prestige, now echoing with the sounds of his defeat. 3 months later, Jared stands alone in a dense forest, the towering trees murmuring in the breeze. His distant gaze betrays his wandering thoughts. The crunch of footsteps breaks the stillness, and from the shadows emerges Princess Maria. Her unexpected presence carries a weight that speaks to the seriousness of her visit. Her face is etched with sorrow, and her expression seems like a mask trying to conceal a deep inner turmoil. The king has died, and Maria's grief is palpable, though she tries to maintain a composed demeanor. Jared acknowledges her loss, his voice filled with a tone of sincere condolence. He knows the pain of losing a father, but she interrupts his sympathy with a pained expression. The sorrow in her eyes speaks louder than any words could. She has already come to terms with this devastating reality, yet it does not lessen the burden she carries. Her hands grip her arms tightly as if trying to keep herself from unraveling completely. Jared, sensing her turmoil, gently asks if she is willing to share the details of what has transpired within the royal palace. She nods, though her voice is barely above a whisper as she explains the tragedy that has unfolded. The king's death was sudden, an event that has thrown the kingdom into uncertainty. To compound the grief, her brother, Prince Ian, is gravely ill. His condition deteriorates daily, and the bishop has given a dire prognosis. He might not survive past the month. Maria's voice falters as she shares this, her face weary with the strain of unrelenting stress and fear. Jared's mind races as he processes this information. He reflects on how history seems to be taking an unexpected turn, wondering if his own actions might have triggered this deviation. He recalls that in the original timeline, Prince Ian was meant to live for another decade. The sudden change raises unsettling questions, but he quickly refocuses on the present. He tells Maria that he has important information to share. 3 crucial points she must understand and act upon. The first is a prediction. One of her brothers will soon come seeking him. He admits uncertainty about Prince Jess, but assures her that Prince Putilin is definitely on his way. Jared warns that he plans to respond to Putilin harshly, maintaining a stance of neutrality in the brewing conflict. He emphasizes that this impartiality is crucial to the greater strategy at play. Moving to the second point, he advises Maria to counsel Prince Isel to avoid direct involvement in the looming civil war. Isel must take on the role of a mediator between the rival princes while building alliances with Prince Ian's followers. Maria, puzzled, asks if this strategy is intended to win over the other factions. He clarifies that Ian's supporters hold deep ties with the royal family and have no desire for a civil war. It is a delicate balancing act, one that could prevent the kingdom from descending into chaos. The third point Jared shares carries even more weight. If a factional clash is delayed naturally, Maria must work quietly to gather evidence against their opponents, proof of their clandestine connections with the Umbra Church. Jared uses a metaphor, likening their situation to herbivores trapped among carnivorous beasts. He stresses that they must bide their time, waiting for the right moment to strike with decisive force. He advises her to guard their plans carefully, letting no one suspect their intentions, and to be patient until the day they can act decisively. Maria listens, her expression shifting between concern and determination. She thanks Jared, though her words are tinged with regret for not being able to do more herself. Jared dismisses any need for apologies or gratitude, recognizing that their efforts have only just begun and that the road ahead will be long and perilous. The scene transitions to Jared seated on a large stone, examining the detailed reports of his territory's operations. He mutters to himself about the smooth functioning of his domain, noting that while the outer regions still struggle, the core administration is stable. He muses that his territory, while small, is on par with the Massyrian region under Count Capri. He acknowledges the increasing workload on his key aides Julian of Babila and Oberon due to the expansion of their borders, but he is keenly aware of the need for more talent. He worries that if Julian were to fall ill from overwork, the entire administration could crumble. These thoughts weigh heavily on him, and he wonders where he might find the skilled individuals he desperately needs. As he contemplates the challenges ahead, a noise breaks through his thoughts. He turns, startled to find an old man standing nearby, a mischievous smile on his weathered face. The man is Belhard, a renowned 9th class Grand Mage. Jared is caught off guard by his unexpected presence and quickly apologizes for not showing proper hospitality. Belhard dismisses his apology with a smirk, commenting that he came at Jared's invitation and that observing the young lord's progress in his territory has been far more entertaining than expected. He remarks on Jared's unconventional approach to governance, noting that he is nothing like his peace-loving father. Jared, intrigued by this statement, asks Belhard if he knew his father, but Belhard quickly shuts down the topic, unwilling to dwell on the past. Instead, he shifts to the purpose of his visit. Belhard reveals that he is there to fulfill Jared's request for guidance in advancing to the 5th class as a mage. Jared's eyes light up with anticipation, eager to learn from someone of Belhard's stature. Belhard, noticing Jared's eagerness, warns him not to get any ideas about becoming his disciple or trying to bind him to his service. He declares that he is a free spirit and intends to stay that way. Jared assures him that he has no such intentions, focusing instead on the lesson that Belhard is about to share. Belhard begins, but Jared inwardly recounts his own journey to becoming a 5th class mage, slipping into a reflective tone. He speaks of a time when he was merely an office worker with little purpose beyond survival. His rise began with the growth of his territory in Caribia, a development that also shaped his own character. As his influence expanded, he realized that he had changed profoundly, no longer Shin Tae Poong, but a leader with a duty to protect those under his care. The citizens of his domain were not just NPCs in some game but living, breathing people. He fought for them out of a fear of death, but also out of a deeper sense of responsibility. Though even with his knowledge and skills, he was often haunted by fear and anxiety, especially when facing powerful enemies. Despite having numerous strategies and tactics, he never forgot that he was only human, prone to mistakes and miscalculations. It was this realization that drove him to seek out allies, people he could trust, who would stand by him when the stakes were high. As he recounts his story, a strange glow begins to emanate from him. A blue light bursts forth, shooting upward toward the sky, and both men are stunned by the sudden phenomenon. When the light finally fades, Jared stares at his hands, sensing the change within him. He has reached the 5th class as a mage, a leap that should have taken years of study and training. Belhard, initially skeptical, questions how such a transformation could happen merely by listening to a story and absorbing a few principles. Jared, equally surprised, insists that it is real, that he can feel the power coursing through him. Belhard is momentarily speechless, grappling with the impossibility of what he has witnessed. In his mind, he acknowledges that Jared possesses a talent that surpasses ordinary limits, different from the rigid boundaries that constrain mages like the Barretts. Belhard considers the potential of taking Jared under his wing, seeing in him the spark of greatness that can be nurtured, but just as quickly as the thought comes, he dismisses it. He believes that Jared's destiny lies in charting his own path, that true greatness is something Jared must achieve without external guidance. He reassures himself that Jared, with his ingenuity, will continue to find ways to grow, whether Belhard remains by his side or not. With this realization, he stands and announces his departure. Jared, though grateful for the brief mentorship, is disappointed to see him leave so soon. He offers to escort the old mage, but Belhard waves off the suggestion, insisting that he needs no company. He hints that perhaps their paths will cross again someday, though he cannot say when or where. Jared, curious about Belhard's next destination, presses him for details. He eventually reveals that he plans to travel to the eastern continent.